members and anyone addressing the council, please remember to state your name clearly, and please do not use the speaker feature as it will create feedback. Please mute your phones, and if you are joining us by phone and receive a phone call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing your other call. For those signing into, on the webinar, please do not broadcast your webcam. For agenda item B, C. There are 3 ways to let us know you are interested in providing comments to the council. 1, for those in person, please fill out a registration card and submit to BB Bartley, who is in the front here working on computer issues. For those using the WebEx, you will need to use the raise your hand feature. And for those on the phone only, you will need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. And the forms are in the back of the room if anyone needs one. We will go over these options again during that agenda item. If you want to receive future email notifications of council meetings, project milestones, or rulemakings through our Click Dimensions program, you can do so by clicking on the link in the agenda or on the council webpage. Look for the green box on the right-hand side of the page that says sign up for email updates. You are also welcome to access the online project mapping tool and any documents by visiting our website. Please note that the audio and video of this meeting is being recorded and may be posted to the council's website following the meeting. Energy Facility Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone is allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meeting are not acceptable. Pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 345-011-0080, any person who engages in unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. Understood? Okay. Let's get started with our consent calendar. So we have the approval of the minutes, which everyone received beforehand, and the minutes are of the May 15th, 2026 meeting.
Chair Condon?
Yes.
If I can make a note, so as you'll see later on in the executive order kind of report, we're starting to use artificial intelligence in some ways. And I just want to note, our Nancy's absence has been felt greatly. But, one of the things is that Cicely took on the responsibility of doing the meeting minutes. And these meeting minutes, she did largely using artificial intelligence. So the WebEx does a transcript. So she took the transcript and ran it through kind of a filter to generate the meeting minutes. So if you see them, they are a little bit different in format. And I purposefully didn't want to reformat them exactly, but I wanted to get you a sense to see if you are okay with that format. If you've never done meeting minutes, it takes a long time because you have to listen to the recording, start, stop, type, rewind. It can take, 10, 15 hours to do even a relatively easy meeting just because it takes that much time. Unless you're trying to do a verbatim transcript, you're not only just typing it, but you're then sort of synthesizing it into something less than a full verbatim transcript. So that kind of 8 to 9 to 10 hours got reduced down to less than an hour of Cicely pulling those together. So I wanted you to think about that. And we can put the format of the meeting minutes in any way that you want, but I just wanted to highlight that for you to kind of let you see if that's acceptable. We can do meeting minutes in that format in the future. One of the things is, from a legal standpoint, meetings have to either have meeting minutes or a recording. They don't have to have both. We do both. We think that's important. We record it. We post the recording of the meeting on the website, on the council's web page early the week after the meeting. So we do both, and we'll continue to do both. But there's no legal requirement that we do the meeting minutes. So there's not any specific format or anything that we have to kind of follow. other than, it's important to recognize what happened. And that's really the point. But, you don't have to respond today. You can kind of think through it. But if you're okay with that, or if you want to make any changes to that, just please let us know.
Okay, thank you for that comment. And I was going to wait until after the vote to talk about it. But since you mentioned it, one, I like the minutes for review. I think obviously just like writing them is easier and takes less time, reviewing them does. But one of the things that I was thinking might be good is in the version of the minutes that we have, is it possible to put the timestamp on when the issue was in the meeting? Because if we have a question about,
Did we not do that? We normally do that. We normally put, link the recording to that.
I thought-
And maybe that's something we forgot to do.
I don't have it pulled up right now, but and maybe I didn't look at it
Yeah.
closely enough. But just in case, because what we miss in these minutes is the discussion. And if we want to go back to that, it'd be helpful
Yeah.
in the video, in the recording.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, we normally do that. And I think that was maybe just the kind of the way that it was done this time, but we'll make sure that we put the timestamp in there.
Okay, any comments from anyone else? Okay, thank you. But they were very concise and is a good review of the meeting and certainly has everything that was action oriented. So with that, do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move that we approve the May 2026 meeting minutes, and I do support the use of AI as a tool. So, thank you. I don't know if we have a quorum, though.
Yes, we have a quorum.
Councillor Perry,
I'll second that motion.
thank you. And Mr. Secretary,
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Patty Perry,
Yes.
Denise Calderon,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
yes.
Marcy Grail.
Good morning. I'm abstaining since I didn't attend last month's meeting.
Noted. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And now for the council secretary's report. Secretary Cornett, you're up again. And the item is Executive Order 2529, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and advancing Oregon's clean energy future. Oregon Department of Energy draft reports presentation. And this is an information item and public comment? No,
We're in the secretary report right now. That'll be the
sorry.
next agenda item.
Sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Coming soon. That was a preview of
Coming
coming
soon.
attractions. Yeah, sorry.
Coming soon to a council meeting near you. Okay, well, I have several staffing and council member updates. First is I'd like to welcome Denise Calderon to the council. She's our newest council member. So she was appointed to fill Katie Imes' vacant position. Katie's been, I think, off since October, something like that. It's been a while. So Denise lives in LeGrand, is the president and founder of Adervea. Good, got that pronounced correctly. And that's a company that's focused on advancing next generation water and environmental infrastructure systems at the energy water nexus. And she can explain that a lot better. So her first term will fill the remainder of Katie Imes' term. And since that's less than 2 years, it doesn't count as her first term. So you can kind of see on the website, some, Chair Condon, Councilmember Grail have like a 0 term, and that's less than 2 years. So this is currently Denise's 0 term. And I've never seen this before, but the kind of executive appointments and the Senate Rules Committee kind of got ahead and already appointed her to her first full term. So her current term is until June 30th of 2027. And then her first real term is July 1st, 2027 through June 30th, 2031. That's already been done. So she doesn't have to go back through and get reappointed.
It was just rope to keep her in place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just tie you down.
Yeah. So, and as with all council members, we're here to help you, support you. So please let us know whatever we can do to help you. And if you want to make any sort of comments, please feel free.
Yeah, no, I just want to thank you, Secretary Cornett, the executive appointments team, and our governor for their due diligence in my selection and nomination ultimately. And I'm looking forward to serve as many terms as I can. And it looks like they really want me, so I'll be here.
Great. Thank you. And while it's Denise's first meeting, I'm very sad to say that it's Marcy's last meeting. So Marcy was appointed to fill an unexpired term and then is really at the end of her second full term. So that means that she's just shy of 10 years. So Councilmember Grail has been on for close to 10 years. During those 10 years, Councilmember Grail has served as vice chair from November 2019 through December 2020, and as chair from December 20th to March 2024. Marcy has a lot of knowledge in the energy field, particularly around transmission lines. In spite of that knowledge and understanding, I think that her greatest influence on the council has been her consistent advocacy for public participation. So she's always interested in hearing from members of the public, appreciates what people have to say, and during her time as chair was always trying to ensure that we were out and about, in the locations where projects are being proposed to allow people who have something to say about those projects, the ability to, say those directly to council members. So she's been a consistent and diligent advocate for public participation. So like other council members, as a volunteer, Marcy has been more than generous with her time. And this role requires a lot, as most of you know, and Councilmember Calderon, you'll find out pretty quickly. And Marcy's given a lot more than most, being vice chair and chair, and she spent a lot of time. So the state owes you a lot of thanks. So on behalf of the state of Oregon, thank you very much. From my own personal perspective, oh good, we got her on. Now we can actually see you. So from my own personal perspective, I've always greatly appreciated working with you. Partly it's because of the time and effort that you have, put into this role, but really it's, I think because, sorry, I'm getting a little choked up here. Excuse me. It's because I think you and I think a lot alike on so many things that it has been incredibly easy to work with you, and very much so when you were the chair. It's just I think we think alike, and it's just been really easy to kind of move forward on things, and I've just always very much appreciated you. So on my own behalf, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then, so just because you're online today and it's your last meeting, I definitely would like to get you back to council meeting in person so we can actually say a proper goodbye to you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I would like to come in person. As my colleagues know, the transition from the IBEW to my current job has taken me all over the place, and it's just been a lot tougher. I am sorry to be saying goodbye formally, but I will definitely get with you to schedule time. And if I may, Chair Condon, just make a quick statement. It's been an honor to serve the state of Oregon. I knew what I was getting into. Thankfully, John Mullis was extremely clear, and I knew Brian Wolf and Barry and Hanley and Betty, and they all spent a lot of time helping me get prepared. But what I can tell you the state's given me is it's given me a lot of education about something that matters not only to our state, but the communities that we live in. I think my own awareness on how things fit together has increased, and it's helped me with my previous and current jobs tremendously. But most importantly, the friendships that I've gained. Todd, I assure you during football season, I'll be communicating heavily. I've told numerous folks, and I don't want to leave anyone out without an individual thing, but I just want to say to Patrick, because my job involves so much legal, an element of legal to it, the education you've given me and allowing me to listen and ask my questions has helped me grow professionally, and probably, Todd, your temperament has influenced my behavior in ways that my family appreciates because I think I am a lot more thoughtful. So I appreciate everyone for the time that you've given, and certainly the friendship. So thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. And I'd just like to make a comment with respect to your loss, which I think is just a huge loss. We're going to lose two council members who are just have been so critical, not only to council, but to me personally. Marcy, you were so gracious and passionate for a new member who felt overwhelmed with the materials to go over the subject matter. You were always so encouraging, and it's possible to do this. Pay attention to other people, listen to the discussion, ask your questions, and that was so meaningful to me. So thank you so much for your leadership in that area, and certainly modeling that behavior. So thank you, and best of luck.
Thank you. And you can let your husband know I won Lawn Drive last week at the Bend tournament, or excuse me, at the Burn Center tournament. I'm in Bend right now. And I'm in your state, so in your part of the state right now, but I'll miss you all tremendously.
Likewise. Anybody else? Councillor Beyer.
Thank you, Marcy, and you have taught all of us so much. You have graced your positive energy. I think early on you said, just read the public comments first, and I will carry that with me because that's who we represent here. So thank you, all the best in all your adventures, and remember to breathe and relax occasionally because you just go, 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 and we will miss you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Rowe.
Marcy, you were on the council when I first came to the Department of Justice and Odo, and I'm going to get choked up like Todd because it was just very meaningful to have you on council, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Secretary Cornett.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I have a couple other people leaving to talk about. So, and I provided this information to council, but just to make sure everybody else knows about it. So, as I had indicated, Chris Clark is no longer with the Siting Division. So his last day with the Siting Division was on June 5th. Chris started in December of 2018 as the council's rulemaking coordinator. In April 2022, he moved to one of the senior siting analyst positions. And then he has now moved on to be the hydroelectric program coordinator with the Oregon Water Resources Department. So not too far away, but no longer with Odo and working for council. And even if he was still working with us, he would be on leave because his daughter was just born about 2 weeks ago. So he's on leave right now. And we are currently recruiting for his replacement, and we have interviews sort of held for next Tuesday. So hopefully we'll get a replacement for him here pretty soon.
And just to comment with respect to that, I wish him well, and on behalf of the council. And he also is a loss. He was just so steady, so patient, and so comprehensive in his work. So please pass on that thanks.
Agreed.
And best of luck with his new family.
Yeah. And since the last meeting, we've also lost Hannah Satine, so one of our compliance officers. So her last day was June 17th. She originally came to Odo as a limited duration program analyst 2 with the nuclear safety program. She was working through a program doing work with counties. And she started as a compliance officer in October 2025, and then decided to, as I said, leave last week or 2 weeks ago. And we are also in the process of replacing her position. So that recruitment is out right now. So if anybody's looking for a compliance officer position, you can still apply.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a few project updates. The first is the Yellow Rosebush Energy Center. And on June 12th, 2026, the hearing officer, Kate Triana, issued a consolidated ruling on motions for summary determination and issued her proposed contested case order. So the ruling granted the department and the applicant's motion for summary determination and issued a proposed ruling recommending the council issue a final order granting the requested site certificate consistent with the department's proposed order. The proposed contested case order also includes an opportunity for parties and limited parties to file exceptions and responses to exceptions with the council's representative, who would be Jesse Ratcliffe. So typically in a contested case, we have our contact counsel, Patrick Rowe, is, working through the contested case and provides, information kind of on behalf of the department. When that comes back to council, while it's not a legal requirement, we do think it's valuable because at this point, Patrick would be sort of defending the sort of staff's recommendation, and therefore we would have Jesse being the counsel to counsel. We don't know yet if there are exceptions filed, so we're waiting to hear that. If there are no exceptions filed, we'll likely have the final review and possible decision by council at the July meeting. If the exceptions are filed, that'll likely kick to the August meeting, and Patrick can fill in any gaps.
We don't know for sure if Jesse will be the one that will be serving as counsel to counsel.
Okay.
There will be another attorney from DOJ, likely Jesse, given his past experience. He used to be in my role before I took it on, but he has been out of town, so we don't know yet his availability. But at any rate, if there are exceptions filed, I will be representing the department, and another Department of Justice attorney will be here to advise you as to any questions you have. And you might recall that this was done for the Nolan Hills exceptions hearing 2 summers ago, and also for the original Boardman to Hemingway application.
Thank you. And is there a time frame for the exceptions to be filed? Like, is there a date certain?
I don't have it in front of me. I think it's July 10th.
Okay.
But if the way the timing would work, and I think, Todd, you might have just mentioned it, right? The exceptions hearing, if there were one, would likely be at the August meeting, I think.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Byard, did you have a question? Okay.
Okay, next update, the Muddy Creek Energy Park. So the preliminary application for that project was submitted on May 19th. We are in the preliminary application phase. We are reviewing it along with state agencies, local governments, and tribal governments to determine whether the application is complete. There's going to be a lot of interest in this project. We know that. And I just want to make sure that as sort of a reminder to everybody, we are not in a public comment period. So that's important because, anything that the council makes a decision on has to be on the record. That information has to be available to everybody, to the developer. They have the opportunity to respond to everything. So we will not be taking any comments on that project until we get to the phase where we've issued the draft proposed order. Okay, some compliance updates. Can you advance the slide, please? All right, so the first update is on the State Line Wind Facility. And this is an operational wind facility in Umatilla County. There are 2 geographic units related to this. The State Line 1 and 2 unit consisting of 186 turbines with a generating capacity of 123 megawatts. And the Van Sickle 2 unit consisting of 43 turbines with a generating capacity of 101.9 megawatts. And NextEra is the parent company of the project. On May 15th, a blade separated from a turbine in the State Line 1 unit and fell to the ground. So no injuries reported. The blade fell in an undeveloped area. The tower sustained a dent from the blade striking the tower. NextEra's initial assessment is that the bolts attaching the blade and blade bearing assembly to the hub failed, and the blade and blade bearing assembly detached. And after this slide, once I talk about the next incident, there's some pictures of that. And as previously reported, there has been 6 incidents of fallen blade bolts in the Van Sickle unit. So that's the other geographic unit That's the one that was recently repowered. And NextEra is working to procure new bolts and plans to replace the affected bolts in the coming months. So in the meantime, landowners have been notified of the potential hazard, and signage has been placed at the site to hopefully preclude any potential incidents. So at this time, NextEra's investigation into the blade fall and the fallen bolts is both ongoing. So these are both still open. The final root cause determination for both have not yet been completed. And we are having regular meetings with the NextEra staff on both of these issues. So we've asked NextEra to prepare a corrective action plan that lays out the steps and timeline for implementation of the replacement program for the bolt failures, and then also the root cause, obviously, of the blade fall. So, Phoebe, can you advance the slide? Gives you an idea. Then you can ask any questions you want. But this is the blade. You can see not only did the blade detach and fall to the ground, it kind of separated. So, gives you an idea of what that looks like.
So, thank you. And I do have a question. We've certainly heard previously about the bolt failures, and I think I remember that they were working on researching what the issue was. Are they waiting till a final report before bolts are replaced, or for some reason I thought they were already replacing bolts?
I have to get back to you on that, Sarah. If you, sorry.
Sorry,
Sarah's
Sarah.
been tracking this a little more detailed than I am, so she has more understanding.
Good morning.
And I was just going to check my notes, but it is the bolt failures related to the repower where it's the blades are too heavy. And so it's like a design engineering issue that they're working on, again, from an engineering perspective. So, and they are taking it very seriously. We actually expect the corrective action plan today for that. And then, I mean, they've said that they'll implement it as soon as possible because I believe they understand it to affect all of the repowered turbines.
Okay, thank you. For some reason, I thought that that they were replacing the bolts, and okay,
That applies to Bigelow.
okay, and those, okay, thank you.
So it's
Well,
kind of similar but different issue.
okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, next slide, please. So yeah, you can see here's the detached blade on the ground, and maybe hard to see here, but you can see some of the bolts kind of sheared off. Next slide, please. There, it's a little bit easier to see where the blade. You can see the bolts up at the top, how they're all sort of sheared. And then the next slide. And it's a little hard to see here, but that's why Brett put a kind of a circle around there. You kind of see that crease on the tower. Like I said, it's a little dark, but that's where the blade struck the tower. So we'll wait to hear from them about, does that create any issues with the tower itself? Okay, moving on, a few others. On June 3rd, we received notice of a hatch and a broken blade bolt on the ground next to a wind turbine at the Wheat Ridge Renewable Energy Facility 1. And the bolt and the adjacent bolts, the one that had fell off, have been replaced. So this is a 100 megawatt wind facility in Morrow County. It's been operational since December of 2020, and the parent company is Portland General Electric. The incident is still open because there have been 2 other blade bolt incidents in 2026 at this facility. Clearly, we're seeing this issue happening in multiple facilities. And the Wheat Ridge Energy 2 facility, similar, a blade bolt was discovered on the ground at this facility, and that was on May 22nd. So this is a 200 megawatt operational wind facility in Morrow and Umatilla County, and the parent company is NextEra. This incident is also still open, pending an evaluation of its relationship to 3 other reported broken blade bolt incidences since March. Okay. And Potchwaywood Fields, on June 20th, we received notification that on June 19th, there was a fire at this facility. So if you recall, in 2023 and maybe 2024, after it was constructed, there were a series of fires, and these were related to the MC4 connectors. So those are the sort of connectors that connect the solar panels together. And they replaced at that time 10,000 of those MC4 connectors. So they believe that this is the same cause, that there was some failure in one of those connections, and it resulted in minimal damage to the facility, the connector, and I think the kind of adjacent panels, and then about 2 acres of grassland underneath. So there wasn't much impact or damage, and the fire was contained. But again, same kind of issue. And then just for understanding, this is a 162 megawatt solar facility in Gillum County. It's been operational since 2023, and the parent company is Avangrid. And that's still open as well. It just happened. So we don't have much more than that. And then the final incident here is the Klondike 3 wind project. This was previously reported on March 30th. There was a transformer oil spill that was discovered next to one of the turbines. So this is a 300 megawatt wind facility in Sherman County. It's been operational since 2007. The parent company is also Avangrid. So this is really to report that the final report on the cleanup was sent to DEQ on April 29th. Odo received the report on May 4th that showed the cleanup, and we closed the incident formally on May 15th. So there's no further action. So they reported it timely. They did all the cleanup. They worked with DEQ, kept us in the loop. So this incident is closed. Okay. Any questions before?
Another question or comment. Given the bolt incidents, the fire, I'm wondering if we've done any work with respect to, should somebody have been injured from a blade fall or bolt failure, or fire had escaped outside the fence line, what risk, if any, is there to the state for, we have certainly a compliance program, but our compliance program happens beyond that. There's impact. What risk do we have associated with that?
I don't know, that might be a good question for Patrick. From a legal, I mean, obviously the site certificate is functionally a business contract between the state of Oregon, the council kind of on behalf of the state of Oregon, and the developer, and there are a host of conditions. And so our authority is to evaluate, are they adhering to those conditions or not? So they have a legal responsibility to adhere to those conditions. And that's why we have, trying to, increase our compliance program to ensure that, during pre-construction, construction, operation, that we're keeping track of these, that we're finding out what's going on at these facilities, and that all these, companies are adhering to those requirements. So that's sort of our authority to pursue that. But Patrick may be in a better position to answer that question.
I think the answer to that would be fact specific. In general, I suspect the state's position would be that we don't have liability. We're not responsible for operating the facility. If specific facts suggested that somehow the state had liability due to negligence on our part, which I don't know what those facts would be, any claim against the state would still be subject to the Tort Claims Act. So there are caps upon dollar damages that you can recover from the state.
Yeah, I guess where I'm thinking is in our condition, as we think about the conditions in our site certificate, and we know these are becoming more common, is there a way to look at the conditions differently that makes it, clearer that there's some expectation in these areas that we hear about?
Yeah, I mean, certainly as we move forward on projects, and, as I always say, the lessons learned on projects take a long time for us between kind of the review, the approval, projects that if they get constructed, when they get constructed, can be years after approval.
Right.
And then when they actually get into operation and we start to see, sort of things happening, from the original approval, that can be quite some time. And then so going back and, looking at conditions of approval, we can certainly apply those lessons to future. But in the meantime, how many projects were reviewed and approved since that time? So it just takes a long time. So, where council has that ability is certainly when we find out about these things, does it make sense to make changes, in, the way we review facilities and conditions that are applied, but also then through, the specific standards and mandatory conditions through rulemaking.
Thank you.
So on that.
Chair
note,
Khan.
This is Counselor Byer.
Councilor Byer is going to speak now, and Marcy will come back to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Just as we're noting things like on the repower, where the blades are heavier, different bolts. I mean, we don't typically get into what the equipment looks like, but thinking ahead to what kind of conditions we can think about when looking at repower, where we seem to know there's an issue with the bigger blades. Same with the connectors, where we know a particular piece of equipment has failed. And that's typically not where we get into the weeds, but making sure that other developers are aware of sort of the trends we're seeing to avoid these incidents. I'm sure nobody intentionally said, let's not replace the blades, but it's just as we see these things, we should make sure our conditions or our staff reports reflect them. Thank you. Marcy.
Yes.
Councilor Grail.
Thank you. I just want to support what Councilor Byer just said and offer my opinion in response to Chair Condon. What I would say is that, as Todd said, we have a lot of time that goes by, and as we're getting more educated, the public's getting more educated. And when we look at organizational expertise, I think it's not inappropriate to ask the developer more questions when it comes down to the engineering. They're machines. At the end of the day, they're machines, and you don't get away from that. But I think when we look at sometimes when people feel like an amendment request for repower is, quote, not that big of a deal, perhaps you can ask more questions. And Sarah and the team, when people want to do those amendments to make the change, we just need to be more diligent and saying, well, here's our experience, and just put it out there. So I don't think it's something that we can't address, but I think it's just perhaps needs to be more visible of what we're looking for based on the data that we're getting.
Thank you, Councilor Grail. Other comments? Councilor Parrott.
Thank you, Chair Condon. I was just thinking, about your statement about possible conditions. And it might be a question that Patrick might be able to address regarding the right to farm. I know it's come up before where neighboring property owners have testified in other cases that they're concerned about things that are occurring on these project sites that could go off-site and impact neighbors, like fire. And a lot of, the neighbors are farmers. And that's one of the things I was thinking of from a land use standpoint. Is there some method that we could do, like, a covenant not to sue type of a thing, or make that a requirement somehow?
Secretary Cornett.
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So anytime that there's a non-farm use that is approved on a farm project, the underlying landowner or for that property has to basically do a sort of forest or farm easement, not farm easement. Basically, it's that right to farm is, that they have to basically file with the deed records that they won't sue an adjacent landowner for, because of the impacts that non-farm use is having to farm use. I think you're looking at the opposite side, what is the farm use kind of thing. But so that aspect is already being done, but I think that question is coming up all the time. You know, we certainly heard that from a lot of sort of recent, related to recent projects, that what is the potential impacts to adjacent farm use, you know, and it's a legitimate question. We continue to kind of evaluate those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so you've seen this over the years, but we have 6 of our operational facilities that have requirements to provide annual wildlife monitoring results for public comment. So these are in the condition requirements or the habitat mitigation plans. And for the facilities, these include Bigelow Canyon Wind Farm, the State Line Wind Project, Pachwayawit Field Solar Facility, the Montague Wind Power Facility, Blenny Juniper 2A Wind Power Facility, and the Klondike 3 Wind Project. So staff memos related to the findings and the results of these have been posted to the individual project pages for these facilities, and they're now open for public comment through July 12th. So people can look at that information on those project pages, and if they want to provide comment, they can do so to the project lead who's listed on the project website, or any other way that they want to provide it to us. And should we get any comments, we typically don't. We have in the past, but we typically don't. But if we do get any comments, we'll bring those back to council at the July meeting.
Thank you.
And then the last thing on my list is the next council meeting. So, you know, we set council meetings, you know, throughout the year. The next one was scheduled for July 23rd and 24th. So we did make the recommendation to Chair Condon to have a meeting. We only need it for the Friday, so the July 24th. And because there are no location drivers, our recommendation was to have it here as well. So Chair Condon approved that. So we are planning to have that next meeting here on July 24th, and we'll be in contact in the coming weeks with more details about that.
Thank you. Any further questions of Secretary Cornett and his report? Okay, and now we're ready. Ready for the next agenda item, which, sorry, is Executive Order 2529, Reducing Greenhouse Gas Emissions and Advancing Oregon's Clean Energy Future, Oregon Department of Energy Draft Reports Presentation. And Secretary Cornett, Assistant Director for Siting and Council Secretary, will provide an overview of Executive Order 2529 and the Section 2C report, Streamline Clean Energy Siting. And do you want to introduce as we go along, or? Okay, Secretary Cornett, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Condon. For the record, Todd Cornett. I thought I'd be up here. This is a more formal presentation, and my colleague Joni will also be presenting. So rather than leaving her here by herself, I thought it'd be better to be here. So yeah, just to introduce myself, I'm going to have Joni introduce herself.
Yes. Good morning, all. Joni Sliger. I'm a senior policy analyst in the Planning and Innovation Division at the Oregon Department of Energy, and excited to join you all today.
Thanks for being here.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, so here's an overview of the agenda item. So I'm going to start by just giving you a kind of a very brief overview. The staff report provides some more details about that. The reports themselves provide a little more detail. And then we've also provided you the executive order itself as part of your materials. So I'll give you just a very brief overview of that. And then I will go over the streamlining report, which is related to kind of the siting division and the work at the council. Joni will go over the reducing barriers report. So kind of conceptually, when a project is approved, either at the state level or at the county level, why don't they move forward? Some of them don't move forward ever. Some of them take, some periods of time. So that's really the nature of Joni's report. So then she'll provide an overview of that. Because there, and I'll describe this a little bit in a minute, there is the need to have public comment opportunity associated with these reports. Then we will have a specific public comment period for this agenda item. So we'll allow people to comment on that. And then at the end, the council will come back and you can deliberate, you can provide comments. But certainly during my presentation or Joni's presentation, if council members have any questions, please just stop us and ask the questions. You don't have to wait until the end. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are two main takeaways to describe from the executive order. And the first is that it follows the Oregon energy strategy. So if you recall, you had two presentations on the energy strategy, one in June of 2024 and then one in September of 2025, or at least parts of presentations. So the strategy identifies the pathways to achieving the state's energy policy objectives. So this is to some degree an outgrowth of that energy strategy, the executive order is. And more specifically, the executive order provides direction to state agencies regarding the multiple ways to expedite renewable energy and transmission siting. So that's what I think a lot of people are focusing on, but the work of Joni and others, in the primarily planning innovation division did that Oregon energy strategy along with a lot of input and help, but again, an outgrowth of that. Next slide, please. So this shows really the 6 main directives from the executive order. The first, as I talked about, is the report on siting and permitting. This is due to the governor by September 1st of this year. And then the second report that we're going to be talking about, similarly, also has that same deadline to submit to the governor. The Department of Land Conservation and Development also has a report due. So, facilities that are within the county jurisdiction, because the majority of those are on exclusive farm use owned lands, and the statutes and rules that counties use, at least the base ones all come from Land Conservation and Development Commission statutes and rules. That's why the Department of Land Conservation and Development has a mandate to do their own report, similar to kind of what the siting report is related to. And that one is due by July 1st. So they've already issued their draft report. It's available on their website. So if anybody wants to look at that as well. And then number 4 is the Oregon Public Utility Commission and the Department of Energy sort of reviewing the progress towards achieving House Bill 2021's clean energy targets. If you recall, that was a bill that was passed in the 2021 session and did numerous things, including establishing clean energy targets. Number 5 is the Department of Energy and also the Public Utility Commission. So creating a framework for strategic transmission siting. So there should be more of a memo than a report, but it's still kind of a report. That'll be coming out pretty soon as well. And then the last one is a goal to establish 8 gigawatts of energy storage capacity in Oregon by 2045. So again, those are the main takeaways or directives from the executive order. Next slide, please. Okay, so the 2 reports that we're going to be providing today, again, as I said before, require public input. So we want to get public input, and it doesn't really establish how that gets done, but this is how we're doing it. So between February and March of this year, we had a joint public comment period with specific listening sessions and to get comments on what the kind of related to what the directive of the reports were. So these before we issued any reports. So we did get a series of comments on those. As I had indicated, we're going to have a specific comment period associated with this agenda item. On Monday, we're going to be holding a joint listening session on these 2 reports at 4:30. So if people want to log into that and either ask questions or provide any sort of comments, they can. And then Joni issued her report on June 1st. So there is a current open public comment period on that report that concludes on July 2nd at 5 p.m. And there's a specific public comment portal. So people can follow this link. Notice has also been provided. Information's on the website. So people can provide or find access to that and go into that comment portal and provide their written comments. And then similarly, the siting report was, the draft report was issued on June 12th. It was sent to council on June 12th. That comment deadline concludes on July 24th. And similarly, it's posted on the website. There's a public comment portal. So we're in that sort of open public comment period right now. Okay, next slide, please.
Secretary Cornett, I just have a quick question. With respect to the public comment that comes in, how do people know about it? Like, does everybody who is associated with a facility, an energy facility that we've approved or reviewed, receive notice, or how's notice given that?
Yeah, we have so for ours, I'll tell you, and then Joni can kind of respond to how they determine who would get notice for her report. So for our report, we have a general mailing list, which is, people who have signed up to receive notices on council meetings, rulemakings, any projects. So those are the people that we sent out the notice to. And there's a lot of information kind of out there. So it's, specifically, we provided direct email notification to those folks, and then have been reaching out to others as well. So state agencies. So I've reached out to certain state agencies. We reached out to each of the tribal governments to seek their input as well. So,
thank you.
And I would add, similarly, for the report I've been working on, we sent it to the mailing list for everyone who had been following and interested in the Oregon Energy Strategy to start with, along with a note that, if you were interested in that before it was published and don't want updates on the implementation, there's a process. But that was the initial email list. I would note both reports, the opportunities were also highlighted in Odo's monthly newsletters on our website. And we've similarly been, it was I think, possibly the same initial outreach to tribes for both reports, but trying to cross over as much as possible, and similarly been talking with other agencies.
Okay. And the reason I asked the question is that it seems like a lot of people who come before us are really new to, they've just found out there's going to be an energy facility built, and so they don't know about the portals and whatnot, and so they may not be as engaged in the process, and that hence my question.
I would just add, for those listening, in the current comment portal for my report, one of the questions we have is, if you're commenting now and you didn't before, we'd love to know why, and if there's something we could do to increase our outreach. Open to recommendations and ideas.
Thank you.
okay, so getting into sort of the siting division's report, or the related to council work. So this is really all related to kind of council's authority. And as you can see on the screen, the direction is to evaluate existing authorities, rules, and practices to identify opportunities to streamline or increase the efficiency of siting and permitting processes, and where opportunities are found to exist, recommend actions. So that's sort of the directive that we have. Nothing specific, but that's the sort of general directive. Next slide, please. So these are the portions of the report. This is not all the sections of the report, but these are the ones that I'm going to go over in my presentation today. And again, you can certainly ask questions on anything else. So these include an overview of the siting program, kind of a specific section related to renewable energy projects, another one related to transmission line projects, past, present, and future streamlining efforts. Again, that's really the main directive of the executive order. And at the very end of this agenda item, we'll come back and the council can deliberate, and you can decide if you'd like to provide a statement. So at the kind of near the end of the report, I put a placeholder in for council statement comment. You're not obligated to do that. You certainly can. If you're, want to make some kind of a statement on behalf, of as a whole of the council, you can do that today. You may want to think about that, and we can come back in July and have another discussion about that in July. If you want to think about exactly what you want to say, if you want to say anything. It's a lot of information to absorb, so you're just entirely your choice. Next slide, please. Okay, so getting into the report itself. So we frequently hear from specific stakeholder groups who participate in the siting process how they would like us to see the siting program changed to meet their particular interest. And these interests are quite diverse and quite varied and sometimes contradictory. And really, the siting division or the siting program is designed to work for numerous groups. So for developers, it's designed to be a one-stop shop so that a developer does not have to seek separate approvals from numerous agencies and potentially have different and conflicting decisions. So we have a consolidated review that inherently makes it complicated and, takes more time. But there is value to doing that. For state agencies and local governments and tribal governments, it's designed to ensure all of their requirements and interests are evaluated, and they have multiple opportunities to review and provide comments on those requirements and interests. For the public, it's designed to ensure they have multiple opportunities to receive, review, and comment on information related to each project and to challenge that information or the decision by the council. And it's designed to meaningfully evaluate and protect important state resources and nearby property owners. So it's a lot. What we do is a lot. And it's inherently complicated and takes some time. So before any changes can be made to the program, all of these interests must be taken into consideration. That's why before getting to the directive of the executive order related to finding ways to streamline the process, I felt it was important to describe the history of the program, how it's currently designed to work, and I encourage anybody who's interested in providing comments to do that review and evaluation before you make your comments so you have a better understanding of what your comments actually mean and could mean if they were taken. So for all of the subsections in the fundamental sections, those describe kind of how the siting program works. So because there is typically a lot of references to the National Environmental Policy Act and the local land use process, people do a lot of comparisons between the siting program and those. I put a sort of analog, a brief analog of each of those programs within each of the subsections. So hopefully that will help people, because we get a lot of anecdotal information, hopefully people will review that and also have maybe a better understanding of how those programs work in relation to those parts of our program as well. All right, getting into sort of just generally, and council members know most of this, but I think this is helpful for probably other people listening in. So decision-making authority, the department does, a lot of the background work, but ultimately the decision-making authority on applications and amendments is the council. There are 16 standards that are applicable to every type of facility. I'm not going to go through those. Those are in the report and they're kind of described. And then there are some specific standards for different types of facilities. Wind has their own additional. Transmission also has some specific standards. And there is a need standard for transmission lines and pipelines. So these are kind of the base review of what needs to occur. Next slide, please. Getting back to that consolidated review and participation by local governments, state agencies, and tribal governments, you can see, it's essentially all the natural resource agencies we provide notice to, and we seek their input and expertise in reviewing projects. Local governments, we incorporate their land use standards for, the counties and cities that the project is located in, but we also seek input from those jurisdictions within 10 miles of the location of the facility based on potential impacts to public services. So we do a lot of inclusion of local governments. And then early in the process, at the notice of intent stage or prior to that, the developer is required to go to the Legislative Commission on Indian Services to determine which of the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon could be affected by the facility. So throughout the process, we provide notices or memos at 4 different times to all of those individual agencies and groups, and we seek their review and comment. And for many of them, as we work with them and establish conditions, they have continuing compliance obligations along with us related to conditions as well. So we seek their help and authority and expertise in the compliance. On the public side, again, public participation is paramount in our process. These are big projects. They can have a lot of implications to adjacent landowners. And so we want to make sure that the public is noticed and has the opportunity to participate. So there are 5 different notices 2 specific public comment opportunities. There are 2 public information meetings in the vicinity of a project, 1 public hearing in the vicinity of the project, sometimes multiple, but typically 1. And then we have that contested case step, and the public has the opportunity to participate in that as well. So again, we have, like the Oregon's land use program, we have a robust public participation process. Next slide, please. The appeal path of a council decision is directly to the Oregon Supreme Court. Everybody loves that because they have a 6-month time frame. But what I always try to make sure everybody understands is the reason why there's a direct appeal to the Supreme Court and it bypasses the Circuit Court or Court of Appeals or the Land Use Board of Appeals, and they have a 6-month deadline, is because the record is well established. So in order for them to have the ability to review and issue decisions within 6 months, they have to have a complete record. Our process takes some time, but it's thorough, and ultimately, that 6-month time frame is correlated to the level of review that is done. And I'm not aware of any project that has been appealed to the Supreme Court that was overturned. So I think that goes to the thoroughness of the review, which again, everybody likes that part of it. We're fully fee funded, so all of the work of the staff, all of the work of the council, Department of Justice, all of these agencies that I talked about, when we provide notice to them and get their comments, they can seek reimbursement. So our program is fully fee funded. And then the kind of the broad steps in our process, the notice of intent, and I think it's important to describe it as this: it's a pre-application step, because we get people sometimes saying, well, you need to create another step that's a pre-application step so we can have an earlier identification. That's what the notice of intent is. They haven't submitted an application. That's a step where they are generally telling us what they want to do and where they want to do it, so we can get some early feedback to the developers so they have an opportunity to make changes, without a tremendous amount of sunk cost in the project. So it allows that early identification and engagement by us, by council, by reviewing agencies, by the public. The application phase is broken down into the pre-application and the complete application. So preliminary application is what they submit to us, and we review that for completeness. And completeness is not sufficiency. It doesn't mean that they're ready for an approval. It means there's adequate information to review the project. So this time sometimes can take a long time because we seek that information, again, not to force somebody to give us sufficient information for approval, but just sufficient information to be able to review. And that's something that we're looking at, and I'll talk about this a little bit more with the phase 3 rulemakings. Is, we're going standard by standard, looking at the application requirements against the standards to make sure that those, are as clear as possible to try to help reduce the timeline associated with incomplete applications. We have the draft proposed order step. That's the department's initial recommendation of whether the project meets all of the standards or not. That includes public notice, public hearing in front of council, and we hear back then from the public, from the applicant, from the council, and based on all of that feedback, we issue the proposed order, which is our second recommendation. And if anybody who made a comment during the draft proposed order feels that we didn't adequately address that comment, they can request to participate in the contested case. Now, a contested case is a mandatory step in the review process, but most times it's perfunctory. Council appoints a hearing officer, they open it, they close it, there are no parties, it's done. The importance of that is only issues in the contested case can be appealed to the Oregon Supreme Court ultimately. If there are no issues, there is no ability to appeal. And if there are parties and issues in a contested case, only those issues can be appealed to the Supreme Court. So it's very much a sort of a filtering process. But at the conclusion of the contested case, as we kind of talked about earlier with the Yellow Rosebush project, the hearing officer's order related to those issues in the contested case, and then the department's proposed order on everything else is what the council then evaluates to make a determination on their final order And if they approve it, they will also issue a site certificate. Next slide, please.
Just for clarification, this is Chair Condon. I think you had said that anyone who makes a comment, it can be part of a contested case.
Can request.
Can
to be-
request, sorry. And I think it is important, correct me if I'm wrong, that they have to identify a standard and what the issue is with some evidence.
Yeah, so and I didn't get into the specific details, but it's not just because you made a comment, I don't like the project. It has to be sufficiently specific. So you have to indicate, it has to be within council's authority. So it has to be related to a council standard. They have to provide some sort of sufficient specificity to determine, so that the applicant and the department and the council understand what their issues or concerns are. And then there has to be some kind of supporting evidence to document where's a failure, where is a failure in the applicant's, submittal information, where is a failure in the department's analysis and conclusions. So if they just say, I don't like the project, or you didn't meet the standard, they wouldn't be given party status. They have to basically give us enough information to allow the developer, the applicant, to be able to respond and provide additional information for the department to make changes to the proposed order, or for the council to direct the department to make changes in the proposed order. And then if that does occur and they still don't believe that their issue has been resolved and they still have concerns, then they can request to be a party. And then it's the hearing officer who does that evaluation and determines whether they met those thresholds or not.
Yes, and I want to applaud the department because I think the department has done a great job in improving that process to let people know what does that really mean to comment, and so they have full direction to do so.
And we really try to do that. When I talked about before, we have like the public information meetings. So at sort of the notice of intent stage and at the completeness stage, particularly at the completeness stage, we use that phase, that public information meeting to try to articulate to, those who show up at those, how to comment. Anybody can say anything that they want. That's fine. That's part of our public comment process. But if they truly want to have impact on the project, and if they do have concerns, they do really need to make that effort to, again, identify where's a failure, what's wrong with either what the applicant submitted or how we analyzed that information and came to a conclusion if we recommend that particular standard has been met.
Thank you.
So the next is, in addition to applications and amendments, we have compliance. So once a facility is approved, if they go into construction, there are a host of conditions related to pre-construction, construction, operation, and decommissioning. So, we're there to monitor the facility throughout its life cycle. And, we've talked about this numerous times, trying to up our staffing resources to make sure that we can do that work. And every time a council, council approves a project, those projects that do move forward and go into construction and operation, the compliance workload increases. So the application and amendment, that can sort of rise and fall and it varies, but kind of year after year, the compliance workload gets bigger and bigger. So that's just how that works. And then rulemaking, there's a whole section that kind of describes our rulemaking. Council has their own rulemaking coordinator. You'll hear from Tom later on. We have a very robust process of rulemaking. So there's an annual schedule. We bring that, December, January. We provide an opportunity for the public to, indicate what they're interested in. Council then establishes what that schedule is going to be for projects for the coming year. And we've been doing this for a long time. Council has been doing work on the procedural and substantive rules and making improvements to those for a very long time. And that's something that we've been doing long before these kinds of executive orders and will continue to do after. So that's part of our culture of process improvement. Next slide, please. So getting into the renewable energy section, and again, the project or the report is like 90 pages long. So this is really just sort of snippets from the report. But I wanted to kind of indicate some specific things that I thought might be of interest. So, 13 gigawatts. So that's the total amount of electrical production of active FSEC jurisdictional projects. So just renewable. So these are everything that's either operational or in construction, has been approved but not constructed, or is under review right now. So 13 gigawatts of renewable energy is sort of under the council's active authority. 7.9 gigawatts, this is the total amount of storage capacity of battery energy storage components that are associated with these active FSEC jurisdictional projects. Similarly, some of them are constructed, very few are actually constructed, but all the way from under review through operational. And just noting that sort of last kind of bullet on the executive order, that the goal to get 8 gigawatts of battery storage by 2045, if everything that's currently active in front of FSEC gets approved and constructed, which it won't be, it's not likely that all is going to kind of make it through, but if it did, that's it. We're already there. We're already meeting that goal. But that's a long ways to go, just because not many of those projects have actually been constructed, or those portions of the projects. And then interestingly, a lot of projects come to FSEC. Some of those withdraw before they get to a final decision. Some of those never move into construction and the site certificate gets terminated. We saw that with the West End facility in the last couple of months. And then some of them don't construct the entirety of the facility. So, from the beginning of the program, and this goes back to the 1980s when the first wind facility was, proposed to FSEC, there has been 9.3 gigawatts of renewable energy that is inactive, that started with FSEC and then ultimately went away. So there's a lot that you've had a chance to look at and review, and some approve that's ultimately gone away as well.
Another quick question with respect to the 7.9 gigawatts, was battery storage a part of early projects, or was there a beginning date that we saw? How long did it take us to get to the 7.9?
Yeah, it's pretty recent, actually. So, all of the original wind energy projects, none of them had battery storage. When we started to get solar projects, that's when we started to see solar and battery, and then wind, solar, and battery. It makes sense because now we have, in the Columbia Plateau, where all the wind facilities are, we're getting, that's where, not all, but, a lot of the solar projects, because the infrastructure is already there. The Bonneville Power Administration's transmission lines, all the substations, all that electrical infrastructure is there, which is why the solar is, going there. Instead of, say, like Southeastern Oregon, which has the best solar resources in the state, but no transmission.
Yeah.
And then similarly, adding battery storage, if you have, theoretically, wind, solar, and battery, that's not a 24/7, 365 firm, energy resource like, a baseload plant, but it provides a much firmer kind of, stable energy generation source.
Yeah, and I was just trying to compare, how long did it take to get the 7.9?
Yeah,
If 8 is the target for
I can do that. I
2025?
can do that search pretty easily, but I don't off the top of my head. It's probably, 10 years, less than 10 years. So
Yeah, that's 2045
yeah.
is a kind of a long runway, I thought.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Quick question, observation, the 9.6K that has not been built. We probably don't get much insight into why projects are terminated, but I think it's important for everyone to recognize that it may not be because of FSEC conditions. It may be because of financing, interconnect agreements, all sorts of things outside the realm of FSEC that drive projects to be built or not built. And it's it'd be lovely to know why these projects aren't built, but my sense is it's due to factors outside our sphere of influence. So.
And while we're not moving right now into Joni's report, that is the segue into Joni's report. That is That is, no, it's perfect. That is exactly the segue into Joni's report that she's going to talk about. Next slide, please. And then also some, I think, interesting numbers related to project timelines. So 375 days is the average time between an applicant submitting a notice of intent and then submitting their preliminary application. I think this is increasing. We've seen projects recently extend that out. We see multiple projects request a third year because they can request a third year for the notice of intent. So that likely will be increasing, but that's the current average, throughout all of our renewable energy projects. 303 days is the average time to determine an application complete. Again, this goes back to the point of the phase 3 rulemakings, trying to do a better job of making it clear what our application requirements are, making those as easy as possible to understand and relate to council standards. So that's what we've, kind of been working on, started working on. At the end of the day, it's still the responsibility of the applicant to submit a complete application. So, we're doing what we can do. They have the responsibility to do that as well and do a job of getting and submitting everything that's listed in the project order, that we established coming out of the notice of intent. 427 days is the average time to complete the contested case step when there are parties. There are very few full contested cases. That's not a typical thing. Typically, it is no parties, it's perfunctory, it's open, it's closed. But when there are, it's kind of a big deal. And, that's one of the things I'll talk about later on is the contested case step, where I think there is at least the possibility, to make some streamlining changes or at least worthy of a review. So that's a long time. We recognize that. And again, I'll talk about that a little bit later. And then 187 days, the average time from a complete application to a final order without a full contested case. So when a project is really, at least I don't want to say insignificant, but, not complicated, not controversial, they get done pretty quickly. 795 days is the average time when there's a complete application to final order for when there's a full contested case. Now, it's not entirely the contested case that's part of it, but that usually is a function of there's a lot of public participation, there's a lot of interest, there's a lot of comments, there may be other issues. We just spend a much more amount of time reviewing those projects that have that kind of level of interest and concern. So you can see, projects that have that level of big concern take quite a bit more time. And then the last one, 3.5 years. And again, this is also a good segue into Joni's report. 3.5 years is the average time. The projects that do go into construction, and as I indicated, many do not, and many do not go into the construction of the entirety of the project. But those that do, the average time frame is 3.5 years for them to begin construction after the council approves a project. Again, that's wind, solar, throughout the history of the council. And then Appendix 1 of the report has a listing of every single renewable energy project that has been submitted to the council and kind of an overview and a status of that project. Still pretty high level, but it's a pretty detailed appendix. Next slide, please. Again, just because the transmission lines, there's a memo / report related to that in the executive order. And we hear a lot of that there's a need for transmission lines. Nobody's going to argue against that. If we're going to get these renewable energy projects constructed and providing power, you need transmission, and there is a lack of transmission. That's just the reality. But I think what people don't understand is there's very few projects that actually have been submitted to FSEC. This is the history. This is going back to the early 70s. There has not been very many projects that have been submitted to FSEC. Six transmission lines. 2 of them have been approved. One has been operational since the 1980s, and that's the Eugene to Medford transmission line. One, the Boardman-Hemingway project, which you'll get a construction update on, is under construction right now. 2 have been withdrawn. Portland General Electric proposed the Cascade Crossing transmission line at the same time that Boardman-Hemingway was submitted. That would have gone from Boardman to Salem. And they went through the entirety, so it would have gone from Boardman down into the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation and A lot of work and effort was put into that. And once they submitted their application, they decided they no longer needed it and withdrew the project. So, and then we also had a very small Pacific Core project that was barely FSEC jurisdictional around Medford. They ultimately made a change to it and it became less than FSEC jurisdiction. So that one was a fairly minor one. And currently we have the Cascade Renewable Transmission Line. That's the one proposed between the Dalles and Portland in the bed of the Columbia River. That's currently under review. And then one that's going from effectively Boardman to Hermiston. That also is under review right now. So that's it. That's the history of transmission for the Siting Council. So a couple additional standards related to that. There is a, well, under the need standard, there's a least cost plan rule. So if it's an investor-owned utility, they have to basically get the PUC's sort of validation in an integrated resource plan that, you know, that is the least cost plan, you know, to provide that additional transmission capacity. And there's a system reliability rule. Why is it needed? What's it going to do to the transmission grid? And I think just, again, why is transmission hard? Like people talk about, let's make it easy, or let's make it easier. Sure, that's the goal, and let's try to, you know, do that. But I think it is also recognizing why is it hard? And at the end of the day, it's always going to be difficult. They go through multiple counties, multiple zoning designations. They go through multiple resources because these are linear facilities. They cross a lot of land. There are multiple reviewing agencies. Under the Cascade Renewable Transmission Line, you have the state of Oregon, the state of Washington, and the Army Corps of Engineers. So that just gets complicated. Road construction, my predecessor had indicated to me when I first got here, transmission lines are more about road construction than transmission lines. So if you look at the road linear miles of a transmission line, they're typically more than the linear distance of the transmission line itself. You have to create a lot of roads, either permanent or temporary, to access those transmission line areas. So as much as there are issues and impacts associated with the line itself, there are a lot of issues related to road construction. And then, you know, eminent domain, everybody's favorite word, you know, projects, you know, these linear projects are tough because ultimately not everybody is a willing seller of a lease on their property for a transmission line, and they're subject to eminent domain. And that's just a controversial and complicated aspect. So it is worth noting that, you know, transmission is hard for a reason. And I think everybody recognizes that who's doing the review. Ask the city of Portland, you know, the project going through the Forest Park. So next slide, please. All right, so getting to actually
Excuse me,
the
Chair
directive
Condon.
of,
Chair Condon, may I say something?
Yes, sorry, I didn't have my microphone on.
It's okay. Todd, before you get past that, you said it earlier, I am extremely acutely aware of the public. And the thing that I would ask everyone to always remember, even in your personal life, when people talk about, you know, we got to do more, we got to be faster, the only way to make it faster is to take away somebody's ability to speak. And I am passionate and I am proud of the way that we as a council have stood up and made sure that the public's opportunity to speak on these things is always heard. In my opinion, after 10 years of this and in my professional life, that's the only way to change that. And I don't believe we have found a way to get the information that's needed from a technical perspective, protect people's rights, and meet all the requirements necessary. So I just strongly encourage everyone to continue thinking we do it with our amendments. You know, when we look at, can we do a different type of amendment? I just think it's super important to realize there is no hurry up without harming somebody's rights in some way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grau. Anyone else? Councilor Byer.
On the public participation note, we have the early notice of intent meetings, which is the first time the public really understands that there could be a proposed project in their neighborhood. And having gone to a number of these meetings just to get involved early on and to hear what people are thinking, I think it's a real opportunity for the developers to really begin to tell their story and to get their intent out to the community so that they can begin that robust discussion early on, hopefully setting themselves up to avoid the contested case hearings, which are available, but to get that dialogue going at that very early stage to find out where the pressure points might be. So it's kind of a tag on to Marcy's comment, but making the most effective use of those public participation options.
Thank you.
Okay, so, all of that sort of prelude to what the executive order is actually asking us to do. And, that's sort of the streamlining. And getting into the streamlining, I think it's also important to indicate what's already happened. The program's been around since the 1970s. Almost from the beginning, there have been efforts to make changes to streamline. Some of those are external to the council and the division. So there has been numerous executive orders. They're all a little bit different, but like this one, there has been past ones. There have been other kind of mandated reports by the governor or governor's office. The legislature, there has been frequent statutory changes to the siting division or the siting council, the siting energy facility siting council statutes. There have been mandatory reports by the legislature. There have been working groups and committees. These are becoming more frequent. They used to happen not every single session or long session, but now they're happening every long and short session. So the frequency of these have definitely increased. So there's been a lot of these in the past. The siting division itself has a culture of process improvement. We work very hard all the time to make changes. I talked about the rulemakings. We didn't used to have our own rulemaking coordinator. Now we have a very active and robust rulemaking program to make those changes, to hear from people. And the report indicates, a lot of those rulemaking projects that have occurred. We have a process improvement function. That's BB's regular job, not this job, but her primary responsibility is to be our process improvement guru. That's what she does on a daily basis. And in fact, she's going to bring her draft, recommendation of what her work program is for the next fiscal year in July. And you'll see some of the elements that are, in the sort of these future streamlining efforts are going to be built into that. That's something that we have done for a long time and will continue to do. So we have, a culture of process improvement, and we make those changes all the time. And we've done 2 big program evaluations, in my time, where we've hired consultants to, get that outside sort of evaluation of what we do and how we do it, and what are there opportunities for us to do better. So again, without these executive orders, without all this other stuff, we're still doing those things. And I think that's noteworthy and important. And all that information is in the report. Okay, so next slide, please. So that gets us to really the directive of the report. What are the additional things that we can do? And there are always things that we can do, make it better, fine tune things. And so this is the list of stuff that we have put in there currently. And again, we're seeking really input on this. So as I had talked about, the contested case step, I think is worthy of a review. So a contested case is not unique to FSEC. It's a step in your process, but this occurs in many other situations. And most of those other situations, it's the beginning, the middle, and the end. It's the entirety of the review. For you, it's a step in the process. So I think it's worthy of looking at, because it is a single step and there are multiple steps before and multiple steps after. Are there things that are built into the contested case that don't provide the value that they do when a contested case is the only thing as part of the review? So that's something that, we have to look at what the authority is, what the opportunities are, and what's the purpose and intent. We don't want to lose the value, again, of having a very detailed record that if somebody takes an issue to the Supreme Court, But, if there are opportunities to streamline that, create a little more, efficiency and predictability, that's a worthy goal. And so that's something that we can do. At the beginning of the meeting, I talked about the use of artificial intelligence. We are into that. I talked about the meeting minutes. One of the things that Tom, who's really kind of an early adapter of artificial intelligence, is doing is he's created an agent, an AI agent, to do comment evaluation. We could get hundreds of pages of comments, and sifting through all of the words to pull out what does that comment relate to, what is the issue, that takes a tremendous amount of time. And Tom has worked through a way to have AI do that work. That's not the analysis. That's not how does that, relate to the project. That's not what we should do about it. That still needs a person to do that evaluation. But, saving, 100 hours, 50 hours on doing, just taking those comments, reading them, putting them into that sort of organization, those are the types of things that we can do. And this is a good sort of pilot effort. So definitely appreciate, what Tom is doing on that. And we'll look for other opportunities. So it's something that we're already doing, but there are definitely future opportunities for us to look at and use that. So the streamlining information requirements, kind of getting back to the multiple reviews, state and federal, while there are very few projects that do include state and federal reviews, and we have a statutory mandate to minimize duplication when there is, and similarly, these lead federal agencies also have mandatory requirements to minimize duplication. So we do a lot of coordination, but there's always an opportunity to figure out, are there better ways? Now, the NEPA process is not the FSEC process. It's not the same, and we can't just say, oh, they submitted this information, we can take this information. But we can work with our federal partners, we can work with the applicant, we can kind of look at our requirements to see, are there ways that we can design that information that is submitted to a lead federal agency and us can meet the same kind of purposes. So the areas that I think are the most obvious in there are structural, soil protection, cultural resources, threatened and endangered species, wetlands, and waters of the state. So it's, again, something that we can spend some more time looking at and trying to minimize those efforts. Next, the modernization of staff organizational structure. I talked at the kind of early on that we're fully fee funded, and that's great because we don't take general funds. We don't take funds from, mostly other areas. We're almost entirely fee funded. That's great, except that it's also very limiting. It means that we are built to be at the margins of our capacity all the time. So when we get kind of big upticks in projects, or we get really complicated projects, or mandates like this executive order, which takes a tremendous amount of time to do the review and all of the work associated with it, it means that it puts us at sort of in a difficult situation. We don't have these sort of built-in capacities to absorb a lot of this work. We make it happen, we work really hard, but we have difficulty, and we have to make choices and decide what's going to be focused on. And sometimes other stuff doesn't get focused on as a result. So the purpose of this one is to do an evaluation of our funding structure, of our sort of organizational sort of model, the types of positions that we have, the types of management. I mean, while I am the manager of the division, I also do a lot of sort of day-to-day work on things as well. Sarah is the lead worker for the siting analyst. She does a lot of day-to-day work. So, we have somewhat limited time to actually do management things. So this is an opportunity to really focus on how we're sort of designed and see if there are different ways that we can design the siting division to be able to withstand, these sort of upticks in workload and effort that do come, with some frequency. So next, while the executive order is an outgrowth of the Oregon Energy Strategy, there are two specific actions that relate to the siting process that are in the Oregon Energy Strategy. Cross-cutting action 11, which talks about increasing resources, funding, and staff levels at agencies as needed, and as funding becomes available to implement actions necessary to advance Oregon's energy policy objectives. This really kind of relates back to the modernization or the staff organizational structure, but we can use that as a kind of a justification. So they're a little bit different, but they fundamentally kind of get to the same place. And then Electricity Action 4, update and enhance the Oregon Renewable Energy Siting Assessment Tool, so the ARESA mapping tool, with the goal of providing a robust database of lands that may be suitable for various types of electricity infrastructure projects. I think since its inception, the ARESA tool has been very successful. People use it. We hope people would use it. We spend time, BB spends a lot of time also trying to evaluate it and upgrade it. So this is just another idea to make it a better tool, and we'll continue to do that. There are additional opportunities to make that better for developers, for the public, for everybody. And we hear from people with some frequency about the desire and need to do that. The Oregon Department of Energy's 2026 to 2029 strategic plan. There are 3 pillars in the strategic plan related to the siting process that are also worth noting that we'll take on. So develop an engagement framework to help ODO determine the appropriate level of engagement and collaboration efforts for each program and project. This framework will focus on supporting participation of key constituencies, including currently and historically underserved individuals, communities, and organizations. So how can we do better to the people who participate in our process? That's a worthy goal. Improve understanding and clarity of the Energy Facility Siting Council process for multiple participants. This you will see in BB's work plan. So that's something that we're going to be continuing to work on, and build on strategic program evaluations of previous strategic plan by identifying and addressing opportunities to make programs more effective and accessible. I mean, kind of effectively what we're doing. And then I think I skipped over one of these. Oh, the meaningful engagement on focused issues. Yeah, I skipped over that one. So this to some degree relates to the phase 3 rulemakings. We talked about evaluating, through those, what our application requirements are, what the standards are, trying to make those sort of right sized to what our needs are. And we think that there is an opportunity with some of these standards to kind of create a tiered approach. Some of these can be a mandatory condition, could probably be all that's needed for many circumstances. And then if we built this sort of tiered concept of what's the minimum necessary and build that in, and then if there are additional issues or concerns, then we do more analysis and we provide more conditions. So that's something that we're going to be looking at with some of these phase 3 rulemakings, and kind of the more obvious ones that we've sort of identified already: waste minimization, soil protection, structural organizational expertise, siting standards for transmission lines. Again, not that these are perfunctory or pro forma, because some of them can be quite different and quite significant, but many of them aren't. Many of them kind of have the same level of information, and can we create some easier path for developers and still make sure that we protect those resources? So that's, again, something that we're going to be looking at. Okay, well, that was a lot. I threw a lot at you. Unless you have any specific questions for me, and again, we'll come back to that. I'm going to turn it over to Joni, who's been patiently waiting to present her report.
Thank you. And I do think, even though we might not have any questions right now, the documents that you provided for review certainly gave us the foundation for that. So thank you. And I'll just say right now, I think I'd like to hold my comments until July, just to have some more time to think about what you're both saying today. So, so thank you, Jody. To you.
How's that? Right. So thank you all again, Joni Sliger. Todd went over the kind of high level of Executive Order 2529. As he said, the report I'm talking about on reducing barriers to clean energy deployment really is one of the actions they're asking for, an inventory, assessment, and analysis of barriers to clean energy projects in Oregon. That is started, excuse me. Fighting with my lock screen today. Um, you may recall from the prior presentations, one of the recommendations in the energy strategy was to do an analysis of why at that time there were about 3 gigawatts of projects that were approved with site certificates, but were not moving into construction, to look into why that is. And this report essentially does that and goes a little farther. It's not only those projects. So we are currently accepting comments. If there was a project in the past that did not build to what it was approved at, that is within scope. It's also if there are projects of a similar size that received a permit from the county, those are also within scope. So this is an ongoing analysis. It's a draft report, but that is kind of the essence of what this report is aiming to accomplish, is dig into those questions. This project does start from projects that have already received a site certificate from FSEC or a permit at the county level. So it is explicitly not looking at the FSEC process itself. We have that parallel report that Todd's doing, don't want to be redundant. And it is specifically looking at specific clean energy projects, wind, solar, or battery that are over 20 megawatts. And that is primarily because those are the type of projects right now that are holding site certificates. I have a handful of slides, but I wanted to start with that high-level overview. And then, as we said at the beginning, welcome any questions and really looking forward to your discussion. Next slide, please. Thank you. Sorry, I just rolled through both of those. Next slide. So this is a table that is in the report, either on page 5 in the executive summary or page 17 in the main one. This is our initial inventory based on the comments that we received in our research of items we are identifying that are standing out as barriers either to permitting, construction, or interconnection, or more than one of those. So some of these affect more than one, which is what this table is showing. Some may be only one. And I want to note that the order these are listed in is not necessarily indicative of magnitude. It's just the order that we thought made sense. So cost here in the report is a fairly lengthy discussion, but it really highlights the considerations around timing and financing needs around what are major investments, as well as the flip side of that of rising concerns of energy affordability. As things cost more to build, but there is pressure against running into contracts to pay for it. That creates tension in the market. Unexpected delays is the next one, and that really addresses the importance of predictability in planning for these investments. One of the issues the report highlights is some recent challenges nationwide in obtaining certain federal permits. Delays in general are always kind of a known risk, but when they rise to the level of being beyond what might be reasonably expected, that is what that, trying to have that fine line between cost and everything balanced within it and unexpected delays. The next one is limited cross-jurisdictional coordination. This is highlighted specifically for permitting and interconnection, which is recognizing that there are a number of different processes that developers go through that can involve multiple different entities. And anytime there is not necessarily adequate support or coordination there or understanding across those processes, some amount of efficiency is lost. I think a arguably extreme example of this, but certainly a very relevant one, is the divergent policies we see right now between the federal and state level. Next is the limited availability of equipment and supplies. This is another issue that is a nationwide concern, that we have certain critical equipment for things to be built, both at the individual project level and for some of the interconnection work for improvements to the system. And those face some supply chain delays. Those, in some cases, were exacerbated by the pandemic. and that it can be a significant issue, a cause of delay for projects, but also just a concern for, in general, the need for have adequate things to build the supply that we need. Next is limited staffing capacity. Just not having the people or training for staff can hinder permitting authorities at all levels. The report recognizes this can be a concern before obtaining a site certificate or site permit, although that's not, or sorry, county permit, although that's not within the scope of the report. But I think this is one of the issues where the final version of the report might highlight the crossover connection between the modernization of staff that Todd highlighted. No, in general, that is something in the final report we're hoping to highlight crossover findings, both from Todd's report as well as the ongoing report that is due next week, July 1st, from the Department of Land Conservation and Development. The next one here is unmet workforce needs. And this is really, want to highlight the twofold sides of this from the perspective of a project, a company looking to hire the skilled and trained workforce they need. It can be a barrier for them if they are struggling to be able to find them. But it is also important that we recognize there are skilled and trained people looking for jobs. And it is a problem for us if they are not able to find a project to have a consistent employment. So if we as a state want to really enjoy and develop all of the benefits of this potential deployment of clean energy, we really need to find a way to address that barrier from both sides. I also want to give a shout out to a different ongoing work stream here, but one relevant on that Odo has underway, which is the workforce needs assessment. That I believe will not be done before September, but it's another example of an ongoing work stream where we're hoping to connect the dots between key findings. And finally here is limited grid capacity, which is noted in the report there. This maybe could have gone under cost, maybe could have gone under unexpected delays, but it is such a huge issue that we wanted to give it its own space in this inventory and discussion because it's that barrier is recognizing the constraints on the grid that exist and how they affect individual generation projects or storage projects. There's been a lot of research at the nationwide level and action and reforms adopted to address the interconnection processes. But at a high level, what that research shows is that over time, what we've seen is that these processes are taking longer and the costs to generators are increasing, which really comes down to there just being less capacity available on the grid. I don't know how, for anyone who may not know, the interconnection process kind of fundamentally is an analysis of will a project connecting to the grid pose any risks to the grid's ordinary operations. So it aims to ensure the continuing reliability of the grid, which is important, but as there is less headroom on the grid, less available capacity as there's more congestion and competition. There is less space and a higher likelihood that that analysis might identify a need to install upgrades or new equipment or something to maintain reliable service. Okay. And as Todd noted, there is another separate initiative under Executive Order 2529 ongoing on strategic transmission framework. So that specifically is not within the scope of this report, but the ramifications of not having sufficient transmission is highlighted here. Next slide, please. And given all of those, and again, open comment period, hoping to hear from folks if there are other barriers they've experienced or others to highlight. What kind of giving these, the report then turns to what can or should the state be doing about it. This is broken down into two categories. One is highlighting relevant policy actions from the Oregon Energy Strategy that came in now in November, as Todd discussed. I'm not going to list all of the ones in the report on that, but the one I highlight here is advocating for federal policies that help us move towards advancing our state energy objectives. Many of these barriers and the problems are not unique to Oregon. And frankly, I don't think they will be solved by Oregon acting alone. But the other group of recommendations, and what I will focus the rest of my comments on, are 4 additional items in the report. Next slide, please. So this is the first 2. I'm not going to read the slide to you. Sorry. This is the heading in the report on these. Before I dive in, I want to note that none of these ask for direct state funding. We've got a complex state budgetary situation. And right now, these are all things that I think are within current agency authority, but they might not be feasible with existing resources. Again, one of the recommendations from the energy strategy is increasing staff capacity at agencies, and that might be necessary for some of these, but that is kind of the high level context of the world we're thinking in of possible recommendations. And then the order they're listed in here is kind of the potential implementation. So the first one we think could be implemented right away. One of them we'll get to on the next slide is something that's, there is something ongoing, and once there's sufficient data about that, it would be something that would be, we would recommend digging into. So the first item here is about the interconnection process. And it's really aiming to facilitate efficiency in kind of private market actors, facilitating private partnerships to unlock efficiency themselves. So one of the recurring issues in the interconnection process is that when any individual applicant for a project withdraws, it often has effects on others that are seeking interconnection service. What this would do is enable there to be a more conversation among those interconnection applicants and explore if it would be possible and like economically efficient between them to not have that withdrawal happen, but to instead have someone who would be affected by a withdrawal instead step up, possibly with funding or other support to help both projects continue moving forward. This is not something that I believe is possible today. The interconnection process is largely anonymized for good reasons, but this would be for someone who is about to withdraw to voice that, to give notice of that to other people. So I look forward to comments on this, but I think at that point in the process, the concerns of anonymity would be minimal. And that notice of, you know, I am not anticipating to be able to move my project forward would give an opportunity for conversation, for others to reach out to them, say, have some conversation and see if there's a possibility of a more economic outcome rather than that withdrawal. So again, that is really a facilitating activity in the market. It'd be a minimal state action involvement, but it would be a giving direction to encourage that to be something that is possible to be done, that is facilitated in some way. The next item is to convene an annual or semi-annual forum to kind of build on this report and others, and looking forward to support continuing conversations across the state. This is really consistent with ODO's mission to provide a venue for problem solving Oregon's energy challenges. So to host that conversation, and then also hopefully as any new barriers or recommendations for action are identified, to have a report out from that. And the topic, I think, could vary across timeframes, but would be expected to focus on those cross-jurisdictional challenges to better facilitate coordination. And the report includes as a recommendation, and I hope a good example of what this might look like is having a discussion of those recent reforms to interconnection processes that I've discussed, to facilitate some conversation about what are the effects of those, and how do they intersect with other processes? Do they create new challenges? Do they create new opportunities that could be taken advantage of? Next slide, please. Oh, sorry.
Patrick Rowe, DOJ, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Joni, on the first point, and this is, I don't have a whole lot of knowledge about how the BPA interconnection queue works, but if someone ahead of me in that queue withdraws, aren't I happy because now I've moved up? Why would I want to keep them in there? How could someone ahead of me in the queue, their withdrawal, have a negative impact on other people in the queue?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I will start with, people might not want to do this. There might be circumstances in which they would be happy in that circumstance, but a lot of projects withdraw and it often causes delays for other projects. Historically, the queue has worked on kind of an individual generator by individual generator basis. More recently, we have moved to certain studies that are in the process being done as a group of generators. I'm going to talk first about the circumstance of if you're being studied in a group of generators and one of you withdraws, it's not a certainty that that entire group would then need to be restudied, but it is a possibility. So I think that is one situation, and kind of it's like the risk that there might be a need for a restudy in that circumstances might be enough because you're not actually moving forward in that case. The group you're being studied with is all being affected.
Okay.
There is still the other processes after that study and for people who are transitioning or grandfathered into before we adopted group studies. Often when a generator, in my experience based on my knowledge of the process, a common reason for a generator to want to withdraw is because a significant upgrade was identified that would be necessary for them. And if you are the generator behind them, you might move up and then get assigned that generator. And you might yourself decide, oh, I can't pay for that, I might withdraw.
Meaning, if I may interrupt, make sure I'm tracking you. BPA or the transmission authority has identified for us to bring you online, you're going to have to pay for an upgrade. Is that what you mean?
And it's
so they
historically
say,
been whoever's at the front of the line gets
"Expensive
assigned
for
that.
me, I'm withdrawing." Now the next up in line would potentially have to,
Yeah.
okay.
Opposed to splitting the cost.
Which is part of the reason for the group studies is hoping to identify those of, well, this upgrade could enable multiple people to come online. Let's study it that way. But in the circumstances, even if you're being studied alone, by getting this conversation hopefully started of, I am withdrawing because I by myself can't afford this, might support a conversation between that generator in the front of the line and the one behind it of, oh, you know what, both of us would need this. What if we split the costs? You're still going to need a restudy, so it's not like you're avoiding that in that case, but that is what's in my head of some of the potential opportunities that could be unlocked for private market actors to have a productive conversation here.
Okay, great. Thank you for the explanation.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. All right, next slide. Okay. The first one here is what I alluded to. So this is more, in my mind, a medium-term action that requires data to become available, but then once that data is available, to do an analysis of it on potential options for the state to do more to help address these rising costs showing up in the interconnection process. You may have heard there are new day-ahead market operations. The California Independent System Operator launched its extended day-ahead market with PacifiCorp on May 1st. And generally speaking, the day-ahead markets are expected to unlock a lot of benefits and savings and improvements for the system. It may help address, in part, this issue of limited grid capacity, but we don't know yet. It might also help elucidate specific places on the system where the congestion is causing costs or issues beyond just the interconnection process. Sorry, I see a question. Should I pause there?
Hi, Chair Condon.
Councillor Grail.
Thank you. Joni, I don't wish to speak for everyone, but I was just wondering, Todd, if it would be possible to perhaps have someone come speak on the day ahead markets, because obviously it's slightly complicated and I don't know that it's a common thing, if that's part of the strategy to help improve and address the things that you and Joni are speaking to today.
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. We often, even though like there's a lot of things that aren't specific to FSEC, there's sort of like the before, the after, the broader framework of, you know, how we fit into the energy sort of ecosystem. I think it's helpful to have those conversations, and we do bring, you know, experts in occasionally to kind of talk about those things. So I think that is a good idea. I'm going to make a note of that for a future agenda item and try to figure out who that might be.
Thanks. I read about it myself and I'm still learning. And the other thing of it, when you talk about the challenges, um, let's be real, a lot of the work we're doing is to address some of the wildfire wildfires that have happened and throughout the state. And I think that as the investor-owned utilities continue to figure out how to meet all their demands, that's going to continue having an impact on what the developers are trying to accomplish as well. That's where I think some of the amendments of we don't have the ability to proceed are coming through. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Councillor Grail. And just on a follow-up to that is we have certainly talked here about having the hearing from BPA about the interconnection as it affects facilities. I think a discussion about the day ahead market, just to the extent it will give us some foundation, and what you're going to go talk about next would be another subject item, just a preview of that. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And I want to note on the wildfire risk, it's not extensively discussed in the report, although cost and financing needs and issues are one of the barriers. But it was something that came up in comments, and we flagged that it's one of the relevant recommendations from the Oregon Energy Strategy to do a study on utility wildfire risk and accountability. And that is something that is ongoing that the PUC has launched. So that is one of the other ongoing things underway that this report does not itself dive into. But I hope a theme is there's a lot going on, and I'm hoping to help identify not only this report and its scope, but the cross linkages as much as possible. But appreciate that. So the EDAM is currently live. The Southwest Power Pool is also planning to launch its Markets Plus day ahead market in the coming years. But the point of this top action item is that as those markets evolve and we see what the actual operational results are from them, that might be kind of a wealth of information that the state would not have had before. And that could be an appropriate time to take a look at what the state's options are to be doing more on these interconnection costs, whether that's some sort of incentive program or something else. But to be looking at that, trying to ensure that if it is sort of an incentive program and taxpayer dollars, that those are benefits to taxpayers. And I'm cautiously optimistic that the market data might get us there. We'll see. And the fourth one here is really to explore barriers to clean energy facilities under 20 megawatts in size, which you'll recall are outside the scope of this specific report, but it's certainly something we hear about. They are recognizing the energy strategy as an important part of the portfolio, and that includes things from rooftop solar and behind the meter storage, as well as other facilities. The report highlights there's some new opportunities with floating solar. Medford Irrigation District launched a new project, and this could look into, there's also some new interest and possibility in installing solar on the pivot corners of farmland, which I assume would be of this smaller size. I could be mistaken on that. But that is this recommendation and also recognize that there are not only new facilities, but there are some existing facilities we have. And we received comments highlighting some barriers that they're facing, which for this report is out of scope, but it is something that we would like to dig into deeper. And this recommendation highlights that as well. So that was my handful of slides. But again, appreciate the time and look forward to your discussion.
Thank you. And now do we want to go into public comment? And do you want to go ahead and do that? So I don't have any remarks on that. So we'll begin a public comment period for those that have comment. I don't, BB, do you have did anyone turn in a form to make public comment in the room? Oh, Troy did you turn in a form? Just, okay.
For this?
Is it just one? Okay.
Wait for a second.
So the mic will be yours. And if you could remember to state your name, certainly we've heard it before, and the affiliation, if any.
Sure. Good morning, Chair Condon, Vice Chair Bear, Secretary Cornett, and councilors. My name is Troy Jones.
And if I can interrupt, so right now, these comments are on the
Yes, ma'am.
draft report, right?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
because I know you have other.
Yes, ma'am. All about the draft report.
All right, thank you.
The agenda is very clear today. I
Thank
will
you.
not get outside my boundaries. I assure you. For the record, my name is Troy Jones. I live at 22335 Gap Road in Harrisburg, Oregon. I want to thank you for this opportunity to address the council. I wanted to make a point of shouting out special thanks to Councilor Grail for her 10 years of service. That's just an amazing effort, and I'm sure it's an exemplary record as well. So I've been participating in these energy facility siting council meetings. I brought this up before, since January 2024, and have attended every meeting, whether it's here in Salem or it was via WebEx when you're over in Eastern Oregon. During this time, I've witnessed developers easily extend their applications, their preliminary applications, and I haven't seen FSEC deny any application to date. Oregon's Department of Energy and Energy Facility Siting Council has been very accommodating to developers and to the public's concerns. FSEC standards are necessary to ensure sightings are in the appropriate locations and the public concerns are being addressed. And you guys are really clear that that's important to you. Oregon farmlands are also extremely important to us. Cost-benefit analyses and alternative sites such as brownfield and already marginalized lands should be considered prior to placing lower efficiency solar facilities versus our important farmlands. And that should always be considered. I believe data centers, distribution centers, industrial facilities should all be held accountable to provide return for their power needs. I also understand in any business, streamlining internal processes, eliminating redundancy, and process optimization should always be considered. However, we should never ease efforts for provide shortcuts for developers in this process. Our beautiful state's well-being should always be prioritized. Oregon is Oregon because of the land use laws we have in place to protect our farmlands, wetlands, beaches, and forests. So let's not place these in jeopardy because developers desire a less encumbered path, or we're trying or attempting to meet political agendas. Your culture and your heart, I've spoken to this before, are always very clear to me, a member of the public. I know as Oregon Department of Energy and the Energy Facility Siting Council watch over this, that you'll use your experience and your working knowledge to ensure that siting standards are not made easier for anyone. I strongly urge Oregon Department of Energy and this council to hold to your core values, to your core beliefs, and your principles to ensure developers are held accountable to those standards that are so important to all of us here in Oregon. After all, we all live here and we have to live with the consequences of our actions. And so I really appreciate, once again, all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you again for your comments. It's important to have you here. So, Bibi, do we have?
We do have one person with their hand raised, and for everybody joining us remotely, just a reminder that you can click on participants and then on the little hand icon if you wish to raise your hand. If you're joining us by phone, please press 3 on your telephone keypad to raise your hand. Les Poole, we will unmute you now so you can make your public comment.
And is that less?
Les, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Bibi, do you think he can hear you?
You should be able to hear me. I think I'm having some issues with WebEx. So every time I click the unmute, it's going back to mute.
Any suggestions? Should we take a quick break? Sounds like he is on the phone.
Les Poole, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Yeah, am I coming through? Can you hear me finally?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you for correcting that. It kept telling me that I couldn't unmute myself. My name is Les Poole again. I live in Lynn County in Sweet Home, and I've got some thoughts about the subject specifically. And when I'm completed, I would appreciate getting some direction on how to participate in writing on rulemaking. I understand it's kind of one of those ongoing things, and I'm a little confused, but I do want to submit some comments in writing if appropriate. Early in the meeting, there was discussion of blade falls and wildfires. That's really indicative of safety concerns that have been expressed through the years, and compromising public safety just is unacceptable. So any rule changes or anything that can be done to encourage improved public safety, and that deals with wildfire risk and a whole gauntlet. But anything regarding public safety improvements and considerations would be great. It's my understanding that an executive order cannot overturn a statute. And I sometimes ponder, is that what's being expected of you? I think that the process needs some work. I'm really concerned about the contested case process and the lack of public awareness or understanding of how that works. It's unique, it's different, and I certainly would like to in the future weigh in writing with some suggestions for improvements. When we think of streamlining, one of the things that could be done is to look at that issue with a little different eye, and that would be to consider establishing more benchmarks for the applicants. The most clear example of where that could change and bring certainty is with regard to water. Applicants are years down the road, and yet after 2, 3, 4 years sometimes into the process, they still don't have a certified source of water for operating the system, operational water for the next 25 or 30 years. I believe a rule could be enacted that if water is not certified, if a certified source of water is not secured within 18 months of the application should be dismissed. Because with a notice of intent for a year and 18 months after you apply, you add that time frame up. And at that point, if an applicant hasn't secured water, why are they allowed to move forward? I do share the previous concerns from the counselor. I apologize, I can't remember her name, but she mentioned something I was going to mention, and that is speeding up the process and doing things to streamline it is an invitation for inadvertently leaving the public out or not allowing or providing the public awareness that is so essential. And I'm real concerned about cutting corners in terms of public involvement. There are other suggestions I have. I don't want to, I understand this isn't a hearing where we're getting too deep into all of the specifics, but one thing that would really help is the public awareness. I believe if we had 500-foot notification areas increased to maybe 2,000 feet or some larger distance, locals would be informed early on and wouldn't be caught off guard, because it's the resident or the entity that shows up feeling like they haven't been informed, or they find out about this thing and their hackles are up. So notification and improved public process would be essential here. The last thing I would say is that I am grateful for the work you folks do. What a difficult job. And Councilor Grail, been here 10 years. I really appreciate her comments she's making today. And I think it's very, very heartfelt that we're determining Oregon's future. And right now we're having a land rush, and a land rush comes with positive and negative impacts, and more awareness and improved rulemaking to clarify things would go a long ways. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. And there is still time to provide written comment, certainly on this draft report. I think the council will be discussing it more at our July meeting as well. And so the department welcomes any comments you have. And I think there is information on the website, or you can make a call to the Department of Energy and they'll walk you through the paces. Does that work for you, Mr. Poole?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments today. Are there other comments either in the room or on the WebEx? Okay, so with that, we are back to the table with our speakers on the draft order, Todd and Joni. And so welcome back.
this is really an opportunity for the council. So, I mean, unless Joni has anything, I don't have anything else. If council had any questions, any thoughts, again, kind of have deliberation and comments, but, it's really, to me, do you have any questions about the reports, what's in them, what's not in them, what you would like to see in them? Or, as I said, there is a built-in placeholder for a council statement in the citing report. But it sounds like you're more interested in waiting till July to kind of flesh that idea out.
I would like to, would anyone like to kind of go further with the statement today or?
Just have a couple observations, which are not a formal statement,
Yeah.
but first, thanking you both for the good presentations and recognizing that this was a workload that wasn't anticipated last budget cycle. The amount of effort that's gone into this, I think, is a credit to the department. Just observing the changes in the FSEC process since I've been involved, which I guess is almost 4 years. How does that happen? Just the rulemaking, I think, is really intended, and Tom will correct me if I'm wrong, to clarify our expectations on what we want from developers, what the public can expect from developers in completing their applications. It's not to make it more burdensome or less burdensome. It's just to set the table to say, this is what will get you to a complete application sooner. It also should signal to the public, if this is what we expect, it's what you as the public should expect. And I think in doing the rulemaking, that's been kind of a goalpost to really say, this is what we'd like to see. Here's the clear explanation of it to make sure everybody's on the same playing field, so to speak. I think we've also done some tools for both the public and developers. I know on the wildfire risk, which was a new thing within the last 3 years, nobody had ever really anticipated this. I think staff came up with a template on what that wildfire mitigation plan should look like. Again, setting our clear expectations so there's no back and forth. And those kind of tools, I think, are very helpful. I think staff has also done a lot to develop tools for public participation. At the notice of intent meeting, saying, here's where we are now, here's the process, here's where you can get involved, and how you can best get involved. I think Mr. Poole pointed out the contested case process, which, makes your head explode kind of in terms of what do I really need to do to raise an issue? So that kind of guidance to the public, I think, also streamlines the process by allowing people to participate more fully. I appreciate the presentation on barriers. A lot of the interconnect things and cost issues are so outside of what the state of Oregon could do. I wish it were different. I get so frustrated by the interconnect process and thinking, how can this take so long? But there are other publics that are interested in that. So thanks for taking a crack at that. And we certainly, hopefully speaking for the other council members, the more we can be informed on those other processes that swing around and affect our development proposals. And again, projects will never see the 20 megawatt and less. I think that's where the state can fill a backup role, since the federal government has said we're not interested. But those are just my initial thoughts, and we probably have more, but thank you.
You'll have time to think about that before our July meeting. And Counselor Grail, I don't mean to put you on the spot but you won't be at the July meeting unless you come as a member of the public. And I'm just wondering if you have any more comment with respect to the drafts that you'd like to make today.
Thank you. I started a message to Todd to say that I'm supposed to be in Southern Oregon. So my plan is to be there in person as a member of the public. But I appreciate the presentation. As we all know, the challenges placed on the department, the grid itself, and what our needs are to balance everything are increasing. And I don't see an end in sight. The effort that it's going to take for people to collaborate and come up with viable solutions and perhaps admit that we may not have gotten it all right is going to be critical. And I would just encourage everyone to continue sharing from at least a space that you understand or you believe, because every meeting I personally learn something that makes me think, oh, I didn't think of that. I think the participation and the commitment from members of the public like Troy and others, especially when we've gone east, they see things that we don't know. We're all challenged, and I know sometimes we're able to get a lot of information without being boots on the ground, so to speak. So I think it's just incredibly, incredibly important for people to keep speaking up. And this is a heavy lift. I think Oregon's continued to try to be on the forefront of what's right for energy and how to meet the needs of the public, protect the land, serve the people. And I think we're going to continue to be challenged. So I just thank everyone, Joni, Todd, for leading this, and I know the team's behind you to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Grail. A comment, Counselor?
Thank you, Chair Coleman. I was wondering about this process, and I understand, Secretary Cornett, that there are some timelines involved with putting this through, and whether or not we want to make a statement today or put it off to July to do that is, I'm just kind of concerned that we're not delaying anything, or we just want to make sure that it does move forward. I'm very much support of this. I don't really have any negative comments at all about it. I think it's really well done and really expresses the true character of the department.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. The reports aren't due until September, so there's plenty of time. In fact, the deadline for public comments is really the same day as the council meeting. So if you want to wait and sort of think about this, the July council meeting is not too late by any stretch of the imagination. It's totally fine.
Thank you. Does that work for you? Yeah.
If I may.
Yes.
I would echo Todd's response. I would acknowledge the public comment deadline on my report is earlier, but that is in part, the report was published earlier. There is, per the executive order, to be done in coordination with other state agencies that, because it's touching on a lot of things that are not specifically Odo's experience. That said, I don't think the need for that, or the fact that the public comment period will have been closed, would preclude us from coming back to July 24th meeting. If you're willing to provide the meeting time, I'm happy to attend and hear your perspectives on it at that time. So.
Thank you. Secretary Cornett, any further comment?
No, I appreciate everybody's time. I know we're well over the agenda in terms of what we forecasted, so apologies for the other agenda items, but I think it's good, and there's a lot of information. There's a lot here to kind of unpack, and we recognize, it's a lot for you to sort of absorb and sort of think through, and, I think coming back in July to kind of revisit, and we'll put in a different agenda item for this in the July council meeting as well. So that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll take a much needed break. It will 15-minute break, and we'll be back here on time. Thank you. And Now our next agenda item is the Sunstone Solar Project request for Amendment 1 to transfer the site certificate. And Sarah Esterson is with us today to walk us through it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I get started, BB, can we get confirmation we're recording? Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning, Chair Condon, Vice Chair Byer, and members of the council. For the record, Sarah Esterson. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for the Siting Division. Just wanted to note that while I'm here presenting, we have worked on this review as a team. We saw the support of our legal counsel, Mr. Patrick Rowe, and then our senior siting analyst, Chase McVeigh Walker, is helping to evaluate any issues raised and comments received, should we get them here today. So just noting we are working together. Okay, as Chair Condon introduced, this agenda item is to review a request for amendment to transfer for the site certificate from the existing certificate holder to a new certificate holder. And I really wanted to provide some of this background for our new council member. Is she in the room? Not yet. Okay, well, we'll continue on. It'll be on the WebEx recording. Just as a reminder and refresher, a request for amendment to transfer is a specific type of amendment that's reviewed under a specific procedural rule. That's in OAR Chapter 345, Division 27, Subpart 400, and it's limited in scope to the evaluation of compliance of the proposed new owner's ability to satisfy two specific standards, not 14 standards, but two specific standards, and they're the organizational expertise standard and the retirement and financial assurance standard. And we will go over here today the information and evidence that's been provided by the new proposed certificate holder to demonstrate compliance with these standards. But we'll provide background first. I did want to note that we received the request for amendment to transfer in May, and then for the last few weeks, we have been working with the proposed new certificate holder on some data gaps. And so an updated request for amendment was obtained on June 18th, and it was provided to council in your packet materials and posted online to the FSEC meeting webpage, as well as the Sunstone Solar Project webpage. So note there was new information. Okay, next slide, please, BB. Okay, so the site certificate that is requested to be transferred from one certificate holder to another is for the Sunstone Solar Project. This project or site certificate was originally approved by the council in November of 2024. The site certificate authorizes construction and operation of a 1,200 megawatt solar photovoltaic power generation facility that would use or occupy up to 9,442 acres on exclusive farm use zone land in Morrow County. Next slide, please. So the current certificate holder is Sunstone Solar LLC, which is a subsidiary of Pine Gate Renewables. I think you're aware, but for background, Pine Gate Renewables filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in November of 2026, and where they, through that process, received approval for restructuring and selling of assets. We were notified of a transaction for sale of the Sunstone Solar Project on February 27th, 2027, which sold the Sunstone Solar Project to the proposed new owner, which is Oregon Solar One LLC, which is owned by Amazon Energy LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Amazon.com, Inc.
Yeah, just a clarification on date.
Sure, go ahead.
November of 2025 and 2026. You said November of 2026 for the notice,
yes.
and so
Apologies,
just a
thank you.
correction there. And then 2026 instead of 2027.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct the record, please. November 2025 for the filing of Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Okay, so for this request for amendment to transfer, the proposed new owner is seeking no other changes to the facility site certificate conditions, no other changes than updating to reflect the new owner. So now we'll review the two standards that are your scope of review for a request for amendment to transfer. first being the organizational expertise standard. So this is really for you, Councilmember Calderon. I just wanted to go over the requirements of each standard before launching into the evidence that's been provided. The organizational expertise standard requires that the council find that the proposed new certificate holder has the ability to design, construct, and operate the facility in a manner that protects public health and safety and the environment, that they can do it in compliance with the site certificate requirements, and that they can do it in a manner that supports final restoration of the site. And then our standard establishes the information requirements that are intended to allow you to evaluate those criteria. Okay, so the parent company, this is a newly formed LLC, established in December 2025, registered in Oregon in April of 2026. So because they're a new LLC, a new project-specific LLC, they have requested that council rely on the expertise and resources of its parent company, Amazon, as well as its development partner, Gallatin Power. So we'll talk about the experience of their parent company. The parent company has constructed and has experience operating over 270 solar arrays, totaling 237 megawatts. And that's in relation to infrastructure on Whole Food stores, data centers, and fulfillment centers. In the transfer request, the new proposed certificate holder provided a letter signed by the parent company, Amazon, that offers its commitment to provide technical and financial resources to the subsidiary. The proposed new certificate holder represents that they would contract out construction to a tier 1 engineering procurement and construction contractor, as well as for support and operation and maintenance. The request for transfer details out their procurement process and the selection criteria they would implement through that contracting process. Another element of reviewing the organizational expertise standard is to review compliance history. So they identified the compliance history of the parent company, and there were several issues with the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality for Oregon-based data centers. Specifically, there were violations issued based on the Water Pollution Control Facilities permit and air pollution contaminant discharge permit. DEQ issued corrective actions, penalties were paid, and the cases were closed. There is an open case right now with DEQ for the National Pollutant Discharge and Elimination System permit. And they have issued a civil penalty. This matter in particular remains open. I just want to note that when we look at compliance history, it's not from a perspective of do they have a perfect, clean record. It's more about how severe was the issue and are they working towards resolution. And in these instances, which we did coordinate with our counterparts at DEQ, the issues have either been resolved or are working towards resolution, which we consider positive. Okay, so moving into the second standard, which is under your scope of review, which is the Retirement and Financial Assurance Standard. Next slide, please, BB. Thank you. So as your background, this standard requires the council find that the proposed new certificate holder has adequately assessed the tasks, actions, and associated costs with decommissioning and restoring the site after the facility is completed its operational use, and that they have demonstrated an ability to obtain a bond or letter of credit in the amount that's been determined adequate to do that decommissioning site restoration. In this instance, in your prior review back in 2024, you evaluated that retirement, the decommissioning estimate, and determined that an amount of $118 million in 2023 dollars was satisfactory and adequate to decommission the site. The proposed new owner is proposing no changes to how the facility would be decommissioned, but what they have done is updated that estimate based on inflation. So, and they provided that evaluation in the request for amendment. So they've updated it from 2023 to 2026 dollars, resulting in a new estimate of $124 million. And then to support your review of their ability to get a financial instrument in that amount, they provided a letter dated May 14th, 2026 from the parent company affirming its access to global financial institutions, and then an additional letter from Deutsche Bank, which is a pre-approved financial institution on your list. And from Deutsche Bank, they affirmed their potential ability to provide a letter of credit in the specific amount of $124 million. The new proposed certificate holder also provided a legal opinion letter that evaluated various documentation and confirmed the new owner's authority to construct and operate the facility. The procedural rules for a transfer include one other element for your consideration, and it's in OAR 345-027-0400 8B. And it says, to approve a transfer of a site certificate, the council must find that the new owner is or will be lawfully entitled to possession or control of the site or facility described in the site certificate. So we have received and included in the request for amendment to transfer a written statement from the existing certificate holder affirming the new owner's right to possession or control of the site, and that was dated June 18th. So that's the scope of the facts and evidence under the standards that have been provided. We have recommended in the staff report and in a draft final order that the council find that the proposed new certificate holder has demonstrated an ability to meet the two standards and the requirements of a transfer request. What we'd like to do now, though, is open up the public hearing, and then you will have an opportunity to further evaluate your own questions. So I'm going to move locations so that we can open the hearing and the space is available for commenters.
And so can I just, Sarah Esterson, Senior Policy Advisor, acting as presiding officer, will explain the legal requirements for providing comments on the record and will facilitate this hearing. So Sarah's wearing a couple hats today.
Okay, good morning. For the record, my name is Sarah Esterson. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for the Oregon Department of Energy Siting Division, and I am serving as the presiding officer today for the transfer hearing on request for Amendment 1 to transfer ownership of the site certificate for the Sunstone Solar Project. Today is June 26, 2026. The time is 11:28. And I am calling this transfer hearing to order. We are physically located at the Oregon Department of Energy's offices at 550 Capitol Street in Salem, Oregon. The hearing is also being held via WebEx with a call-in option for those who cannot participate in person or via webinar. Today's hearing is being recorded, and the presentations, any written comments or oral testimony are part of the decision record for the council. A public notice for this transfer hearing and public comment period was issued on May 29th, 2026. The hearing will conclude at the conclusion of this hearing unless an extension is requested and granted by the council. I do want to note we've received 2 comments to date, both in support of the amendment request. Those comments are uploaded to our comment portal and were provided to council electronically on June 25th. The order of the hearing today will start with an opportunity from the current certificate holder, and then we'll give an opportunity for the proposed new certificate holder. We'll then open it up to the public, then we'll give it over to council, and then and the council can ask questions of either staff or proposed or existing certificate holder, and then the existing and proposed new certificate holders will have an opportunity to also address any issues raised in comments received. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started, and we'll start with either existing certificate holder or proposed new certificate holder if you'd like to provide any testimony.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Condon and Vice Chair Byer, members of the Energy Facility Siting Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We appreciate Odo's staff work and your time to consider this request. We are excited and well-positioned for this opportunity to own a generating asset in Oregon. I'm Whitney Johnson, and with me today is my colleague, Courtney Lee. We represent the applicant, Oregon Solar One LLC, and are members of the Amazon Para team supporting this request. With me today, the team supporting this project, including Adam Schumacher, President, Gallatin Power, a renewable energy developer providing technical and project development support to the applicant. Elaine Albrecht from DWT, providing legal support to the applicant. And then also I want to acknowledge Tetra Tech, who is also supporting us, who is very knowledgeable about the Sunstone project due to its work with the prior owner. The applicant and Amazon Parentine are fully behind this project as detailed in the proposed order. The Sunstone Solar Project is an excellent renewable energy generation resource that will bring meaningful benefits to the community through thoughtful mitigation. We look forward to working with staff as we move forward with pre-construction compliance work. Now I'd like to turn it over to Courtney to share more.
Thank you and good morning. Amazon is deeply invested in Oregon and excited about Oregon Solar One project and what it represents both for Amazon, but also the state of Oregon. Amazon has been designing, building, and operating data centers in Umatilla and Morrow counties for more than 15 years, investing nearly $60 billion in the state and supporting 9,500 full-time jobs. In Morrow County specifically, Amazon pays more in property taxes than the next 9 of the largest taxpayers in the county, including utilities, agricultural operations, and infrastructure companies. Overall, Amazon has paid a combined regional taxes and fees of $71 million just in 2025. Outside of the tax payments helping to fund services and programs, Amazon is deeply engaged in the community, and I've seen that firsthand. We have partnered with local communities to fund initiatives around the Data Center Technician Program at Blue Mountain Community College, educational scholarships, 4-H participants, food banks, local veterans programs, and more. We also partner on community educational initiatives, including funding 4 Think Big spaces in both counties and on the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. It is no secret that Amazon has established ambitious climate and energy goals for the data center facilities across the world. As a co-founder of the Climate Pledge, Amazon is committed to achieving net zero carbon for all emissions by 2040. To support this goal, Amazon has been the largest corporate purchaser of renewable energy for the past 5 years. And we believe that this is a key to our commitment to that. This project will help Amazon and the state reach carbon net zero by 2040 and help the state reach its renewable energy goals. Oregon Solar One will also drive economic growth by generating construction and operating jobs while continuing payment in lieu of taxes contributions to Morrow County. It will also advance Oregon's clean energy goals by adding significant solar generating capacity to the state's energy portfolio. It will also strengthen grid reliability through the interconnection and regional transmission systems via the Pioneer Switchyard with the Umatilla Electric Cooperative infrastructure. Amazon looks forward to applying the knowledge and experience it has developed over the last 15 years through infrastructure buildouts and operations to the construction and operation of the Sunstone Solar Project that will add clean energy to Oregon's electrical grid. We're happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you again for your consideration.
Any questions from council? Councilor Byer. Sarah, as the hearings officer, do you want to handle questions or do you want to?
It's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Condon, and thank you for coming in today. We're pleased to see a transfer request after all the permitting work that was done. It's good to see that certificate sort of stay alive. I'm anxious to hear from Gallatin, who will and the experience in developing large-scale commercial solar, because it sounds like Amazon's experience has mainly been rooftop. So want to learn a little more about that partnership. I'm a little concerned about Amazon's track record with DEQ water quality permits, and particularly in stormwater, which is one of our standards through the structural soil protection kind of standard. So just know that those are conditions that we'll be looking at, and our compliance folks will look at to make sure that compliance is achieved, because erosion is not a good thing for the adjacent farmlands that are still in production. So pleased to know that you're getting a sign of approval from DEQ for compliance, but it's something that we're very aware of and have conditions addressing in the current certificate. It's also my understanding that if for whatever reason you all need more time, you would come in with a formal amendment to request amendments to your construction timeline. But other than that, it's good to see this project stay alive. Thank you.
Other comments from counselors or questions? Okay, hearing none. I think you're free to go for a short time. You might be called back.
Okay, so they were the proposed new certificate holder. Is there anyone from the existing certificate holder? And we got a no. So now we'll move to members of the public. Are there any individuals in the room that wish to provide testimony? Okay, I see no hands. So now we'll move to individuals that are online on the WebEx or on the phone. Can I hand it over to Bibi to see? Will you remind people how to raise their hand?
As a reminder, if you're joining us via WebEx, you can raise your hand by clicking on the participant box and then click the little hand symbol. If you're joining us by phone, press *3 on your telephone keypad to raise your hand if you wish to make a public comment. We have one public comment. Les, I think we're having, Les, you should be able to take yourself off mute now and make your public comment.
Sure. Just a couple of general comments, thinking about some of the demands and applications in Central Oregon and Northeast Oregon. I'm concerned about how the House bill that provided more flexibility for applicants so that they could choose to take a major project, let's say Yellow Rosebush, to Wasco County, for example, instead of through the Siting Council. And while I know you don't have authority over the counties, your partners, and I can foresee a time when maybe a major project is going to be put in front of the county, whatever county it may be, and that project is going to be large. It's going to consume a lot of staff time and money. The counties tend to have ordinances that are all out of date, and it's just a general observation. And I'm encouraging counties, and certainly hope you will too, to make sure their ordinances accommodate what's being proposed, because we're seeing a wide variety of, let's say, setbacks rather than consistency. We're seeing a lot of confusion, and that, of course, goes back to slowing down the process, and no one wants that. So I'm going to continue to encourage the counties to clarify and update their codes to reflect today's reality. And any rulemaking or any handshaking you can do to encourage that, I'm all for. And again, I'm making a general statement here. I understand that the counties have autonomy and your job is not to intercede in their business. So I'm really asking for more clarity and partnership. And thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Can I clarify, this is the public hearing on the request for amendment to transfer the Sunstone Solar Project. It seemed like your comment might have been for the general public comment period. That's
I
going to
lost
happen
my,
next.
yes, I lost my internet
Okay.
for a while, and when it came back and you said public comment, I'm just made obviously a
No
public
problem at
comment.
all. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify
I'm
for
so
the
sorry
record.
about that.
You're fine.
d-
We had 3 public
Okay,
comment
okay,
periods in a row, so. Okay,
okay.
just
Well,
wanted to
thank
clarify.
you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay.
BB, can you confirm if there's anyone else online with their hand up that's interested in commenting on the transfer request?
Do not see anybody else at this time.
Okay. Moving back to the proposed new certificate holder, do you have any other comments you want to provide? Any responses to Counselor Byer? Okay. 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 I got no's. Okay. Okay, I think that now we are able to conclude the hearing. Let me do one last call. Anyone online on the webinar in the room that wants to comment on the request for transfer for the Sunstone Solar Project? Okay. Hearing none. It is now 11:42 on June 26, 2026, and the transfer hearing for the request for Amendment 1 to transfer site certificate ownership of the Sunstone Solar Project is now closed. Okay, so because the record wasn't requested to be extended for any reason, you now have the opportunity to deliberate and make a decision if you're ready.
Council members, any further comment to aid our deliberation? And I have to, Councillor Byer.
I was just going to offer a motion if you were ready.
I think we are.
Chair Condon, I move that we approve the transfer request to, what is the name of the
Oregon Solar One.
Oregon Solar One, and with no extra comments.
Do we have a second?
This is Marcy. I second that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Grail. Any further discussion? Okay, Secretary Cornett.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Patty Perry,
Yes.
Denise Calderon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Chair Condon.
Thank you. And thank you for presenting today and good luck with the project. Yes. Now moving on, our next item on the agenda is a public comment period. This is an information item for all of us. This time is reserved for the public to address the council regarding any item within council jurisdiction that is not otherwise closed for comment. Those include, among others, the Muddy Creek Energy Park preliminary application for site certificate and the Deschutes Solar and Energy, Solar and Battery Energy Storage System Facility preliminary application for site certificate. So, BB, do you want to take it from here?
As a reminder, if you're joining us remotely, you have the option via WebEx to raise your hand by clicking on participants and then on the hand icon. If you're joining us by phone, please press *3 on your telephone keypad to raise your hand.
And I think we'll start in the room if there's any public comment in the room. And we have 7 minutes for each commenter. And it looks like we have a silent audience and public participation today. So in the room. So BB.
There's no hands raised at this time, Chair Condon.
Okay, thank you. And just a clarification. So will Mr. Poole's comments be record or taken in for the public comment?
Yeah, Chair Condon, for the record, Todd Cornett, yes. For the meeting minutes, we will basically take Mr. Poole's comments and put them on this agenda item rather than the prior agenda item.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, maybe we'll give it 30 more seconds. Nothing. Okay, thank you. We will then move on to the next item, which is the Oregon Trails Solar Facility Construction Update. This is an information item, and Jennifer Castor, Senior Client Leader with Halion Aldrich, and Sarah Esterson, Senior Policy Analyst or Advisor, will be commenting.
I think Ms. Kessler's online.
Okay, and
good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay.
And is Sarah, excuse me, is Sarah coming back or no? She's not.
Sarah will probably be back in a minute. I'm sure she's having just a little bit of follow-up on the prior agenda item.
Okay.
But really, it's Jennifer's mainly going to be the one who's presenting this one.
All right. Well,
Okay.
Thank you, Jennifer. You have the floor.
Thank you
Or the
so
screen,
much.
as the case may be.
Yes, and I can stay. So good morning to everyone. So good morning, Chair Condon and Co-Chair Beyer and existing, new, and outgoing council members. I had the pleasure of meeting some of you in the past, and it's always a pleasure. So thank you. My name is Jennifer Kassler, and I am the Halion Aldrich's Program Manager for our team support to the department staff. I'm also happy to be Halion Aldrich's Project Manager for the Oregon Trail Solar Project that I'm going to be talking to you about today. And essentially, this is a construction status update. I'll be talking a little bit about the site inspections, how we do those, some of the compliance issues that have come up and have been corrected, and then Q&A from council members. And BB, thank you for forwarding the slides. So next slide, please. So just an overview of the facility itself. It is located about 10 miles south of Arlington, and it's actually within the Montague Wind, Montague Solar Area Collection, which is what you see in the outline here at the blue. The microsited corridor consists of about 1,300 acres. And it's in the outline in the pink. That's where Oregon Trail Solar Micrositing Corridor is located. Next slide. The next slide shows a more detail of the facility itself. And if you look closely, you'll see the Patchaway-Witt solar fields that are located just to the east and south. The facility itself is outlined in pink. The blue lines that are running through that area actually represent swales. They're not wetlands. They're not jurisdictional by the Oregon Department of State Lands, but those are included just to show you that this topography out here is slightly undulating. Most of it's flat, but there's a couple of areas which are shown in blue that are swales. The small area located on the lower left, which is to the west, is the laydown yard where Avangrid is using that to develop the project. So next slide, please. So just a little bit of an overview. The certificate holder is the Oregon Trail Solar LLC, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Avangrid Power. It is approved for up to 41 megawatts of solar photovoltaic energy generation. And I apologize, I said 1,300, it's more like 1,288. And then there's also a battery energy storage system associated with the project. The project itself is being constructed in 2 phases. The first phase was the BESS. That is on hold. The first phase of it, phase 1A, was constructed. The foundations are in, but not a whole lot else is going on out there. There's small circular foundations for each of the batteries, but they are waiting for the batteries to come in, which is projected to be sometime in mid-fall. Right now, we're going to talk about the phase 2 portion of it, which is the solar facility, and that is currently under construction. Next slide, please. Great. So as I mentioned, phase 1A of the BESS is completed. Basically, it was the site prep and the foundation installation. What you're looking at right here on these photographs is not the BESS. These are all photographs of the construction ongoing of phase 2, which is the solar. I don't think I have slides here, but we can provide them if you're interested in the BESS foundations. But this basically shows the fencing that is being used out here. It is a big game friendly fence, which is really nice. The installation of the sediment control, the black fencing that runs on just on the outside of the fence line there has been installed. That looks good. And then the upper right corner of the photograph are some of those torque levers that are being installed just before they install the panels. And just another photograph that shows what's going on out there. And these photographs, I think, were taken as of June 8th. I do have some additional photographs of even more recent activities. Next slide. And then this is the construction progress schedule, but I do want to correct something on here. The construction date for the actual solar facility began in January. The construction start date that's shown here on July 10th is actually the BESS that was started, so phase 1. But construction of the solar facility started in January 19th. The anticipated completion date is also incorrect. That's actually the date of the estimated commissioning of the solar project itself, but energizing of the project won't start until January of 2027. And it's interesting to note that the BESS, that the solar facility can operate independently of the BESS. So the solar facility will start up even as the BESS is being completed. And just a really short table that shows where they are in construction. Road construction is pretty much complete for this part. The exterior fencing is going up well. There is some piping installation that is occurring related to the solar construction. The torque tubes are moving along, and then the solar panels are generally following the torque tube installation, is what you see there. So they're estimating, this is a % complete as of the 5th, but the new numbers I have show more completion as of June 18th. They're farther along with their torque tube installation and their solar panel installation. So they're probably about 20% complete with the solar panel at this point. So they're moving along at a good pace. Okay, next slide. So what we do, our team at Haley and Aldrich, we provide compliance site inspections during construction on a monthly basis. We have a team that goes out regularly. We work closely with Avangrid and their subcontractor, Cupertino, and we basically have biweekly construction meetings where I preside over those along with Sarah, who is Sarah Esterson, and Avangrid and their subcontractors and or consultants. So all of our field staff are CECL trained, CECL meaning, oh boy, now I'm moving along here too quickly. Erosion and sediment control leader, basically. What they do is they go out there and they look for signs of erosion, make sure that their erosion and sediment control plan that's approved as part of the 1200C permit with the DEQ is all in place. that they're managing that. So all of our site inspectors are CECL trained. They conduct the monthly site inspections. And before they go out there, we provide a list. We work with BB Bartley and our site inspector, who happens to be Michael Oakes for this project. And they work together to understand what he's going to be looking at, what are those hot button conditions in the site certificate that need to be reviewed while he is out there. He sends that to Avangrid. And then the next week, generally it's the next week, he goes out to conduct the inspection. He turns around those reports within 3 to 4 days for review by Sarah. And then once that's completed, we forward that on to Avangrid. Most of our site inspections are really involving those things that are most critical during construction, especially construction during the spring, the summer, and those early fall days. And of course, that's noxious weed control measures. Erosion and sediment control, and that does include dust control. Fire prevention, obviously, which is critical. There's already been several red flag days that have occurred out where they manage things a little bit differently on those red flag days. And then review of hazardous materials and waste handling. We do track non-compliance issues. Avangrid has been very good at bringing things into compliance when we point those out. They usually have up to 7 days to correct. And they have been involved in doing that within those 7 days, with the exception of one item that was involving a permit that they were waiting on to dispose of some petroleum contaminated soil. And I'll get to that on the next slide. And then, of course, we review their semi-annual reports, which are every 6 months. Excuse me, did I say, yeah, semi-annual reports every 6 months for construction. The next slide. Not sure if you can read this, but this is just a general checklist that we provide to the developer, to Avangrid. This is what I'd mentioned previously. It's essentially a construction compliance checklist. These are the conditions that we've identified. We work with BB and Sarah to identify those conditions that we're going to be checking on. And then we send that to Avangrid so that they can prepare for our inspection. Next slide. Oh, and please interrupt me if I'm going too quickly, or if you have questions, please feel free to ask. Completed inspections that we've had so far. This actually looks like an incomplete slide, so let me go to the one that I have here. So we've had 4 site inspections so far, beginning in February. And we did skip one because they weren't too far along in their construction. They were doing a lot of waiting, I think, between February and March. But we did identify some non-compliance issues related to erosion sediment control. Our first visit out there was in February, and that fence was had been installed backwards, their erosion control fence. They quickly fixed that within a day or two. And then just maintaining the trash hopper lids, making sure that they were closed. So minor issues on that first month of inspection. The April month, they did report a release of hydraulic fluid. I believe it was from a hose, not atypical for construction equipment out there. But it did spill onto soil. They dug that up. They put that in a roll-off box that was closed with a lid, and then they permitted that for offsite disposal. And they just received approval and received the manifest for disposing of that soil at a subtitle D landfill. So that's done. Noxious weed control is ongoing. Let's move to the next slide. This is related to noxious weed control. It's basically track in, track out. The first slide shows, the one on the left does show that the gravel rumble mat, I call them rumble mat, but it's a track out mat, shows that it's been filled with gravel, so its efficacy has been reduced. Once we identified that, this after photograph shows how they cleaned that off, and it's still being used. The other item that we identified was some of those contractors were going around the track mat, and that was fixed by showing those stanchions that are on the right photograph. They put up barriers to direct contractor traffic through over the rumble mat and out. So that's working well. Next slide. So for weed management, they have a company called Vegetation Solutions. They are out of Pendleton, but they recently have established an office, a field office and equipment yard in Arlington. So only 10 miles away. They come out regularly to inspect. And what they're doing out here at Avangrid is they've identified, they go out there and they track the weeds. They look for the weed growth. And in the first photograph on the left, it does show some Russian thistle. They've mowed it, which is your photograph on the right. And after mowing, then they start the herbicidal treatment. So this is an ongoing project that they manage out there. Cupertino Electric has been really good at communicating with Vegetation Solutions. Sierra is one of the project managers out at the Cupertino site. And Robin, who is a gentleman who owns the Vegetation Solutions, does come out on a regular basis to not just this project, but a lot of the other projects in the area to check on the weeds. The herbicide application is ongoing. I think they're going to be starting July 3rd. And I've requested some updated photographs of what that looks like several days after treatment. And then our next site visit will obviously include detailed review of how well that treatment worked. Obviously, weed control issues are a big line item here for us and for the facility. So we want to make sure that those weeds are tackled and maintained for the duration of the project. So positives for the weed control, the weed populations have been identified. There are treatment crews out that are looking, like I said, Vegetation Solutions. This slide they do not have weed wash stations. It looks like this slide may have been part of Boardman to Hemingway. They do not have weed wash stations out there. They do have the rumble net that I showed you. And in the areas where they are working, they do return on a regular basis to ensure that those weeds are controlled. Let's go to the next slide. Oh, okay. That went fairly quickly. Let me make sure that I don't have any other additional information. Okay, so I wanted to say a word really quickly about fire because there has been some discussion and some topic already about that. And Avangrid and Cupertino in particular, because they are the contractor out at the site, take fire warnings very seriously. Right now, the most recent information I have from Sierra at Cupertino and James Van Dyke from Avangrid is that she plans, excuse me, an unplanned fire emergency situation in the next couple of weeks. So she's not going to be telling the crews out there. They're just going to run an exercise and see how well they do. At the beginning of the project, they did have coordinate with Gilliam County fire team out there to run an exercise to ensure that everything is working in the case that there is a fire in the area. And after all of that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
And thank you, Ms. Kassler. Now to the council, any comments, questions with respect to the Oregon Trail? Councilor Beyer.
Thank you, Chair Condon. No questions, but thank you. I found this really informative. So often we approve site certificates and we don't hear what's going on. And this is a great update for us, and knowing what the issues are and how things have been resolved quickly is very helpful. So thank you for presenting to us and look forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
Legal Counselor Rowe.
It's not a legal question, but I think it was in your second slide, you showed the fencing and you said it's big game friendly. Could we go back to that slide? I'm just wondering if you could explain what makes it big game friendly. And
yes,
help. It might,
I have
I
to
don't
get
think
back
it was this one here. That's the upper left. I think you were
yeah. I do have detail on that, but I don't have it committed to memory. But it was it was a different design that they presented to us that seemed to work out better for passing. It still passed the standard. Perhaps Sarah would have more information on that, but I can get back to you on what makes it big game friendly. I do have that information. I just don't have it committed to memory.
This is Chair Condon with a quick follow-up to that,
Mhm.
since that slide's up there. And the installation of the sediment fencing
Yes.
backwards?
Yeah.
Wh-
Yeah.
How would it be backwards?
That's a good question. As you can see on this property, it's relatively flat. Typically, when you install these sediment control fences, you want to install it so that the what do you call the supports, the support pieces, the wood pieces are on the downward wind side. So if the wind's blowing towards the fence, those stabilization poles, those sticks that you can see on the side are on the opposite side to keep the wind. So wherever the prevailing wind direction's going and whether or not it's upslope or downslope, that's how you can determine how those silt fences get installed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So any further comments? Councillor Grail? I
I
don't
have-
see you. So
I thank you for your presentation. It was interesting, and anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grail. And
okay,
thank you for your
thank
10 years of service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kessler, for being here today and giving such a comprehensive report. It is really helpful to us. And I think our attention to compliance has really upped our game. So thank you to staff and those people who are contracted, taking it really seriously and giving us comprehensive reports. So
Thank
thank you
you.
very much for being here.
Thank you very much.
And now on to our next agenda item, which is compliance rulemaking. Are we there? Yes.
Chair Condon, I would recommend going a little off the agenda since we're running behind. It's a little after noon. The next agenda item, we're forecasting to be about 45 minutes. There's a lot of information. So probably better to take a break right now, get lunch, and then initiate that agenda item after we come back.
Something tells me there's likely full agreement. So thank you very much. So we will take a short recess for about 15 minutes and come back and have a working lunch. Thank you. So we'll be back at what? 12:20? BB? Okay. All right. Sounds good. Councillor Byer. Councillor, sorry, I should have agenda modification. Are we recording, BB? Okay, we are on. And Councillor Byer is in the room. Councillor Grail, are you with us, Councillor Grail?
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Fabulous, thank you. So Secretary Cornett. It's now 11:22 or 12:22, and we're back in session.
Chair Condon, I'd like to make a request for agenda modification. So we've been running late on the agenda, and Wally Adams, who's going to be doing the Boardman Hemingway construction presentation, has some limited availability, and Tom Jackman does not. So my recommendation is that we advance the Boardman Hemingway construction agenda item to now, and then the remaining agenda items will follow the same sort of way they're listed on the agenda. But that will ensure that Wally has the time to present his agenda item.
Okay, thank you. If there's no concern or disagreement with that, we will do just that, and we'll move to agenda item F. Is that right? H, sorry. Agenda item H, and an update on the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line, and it is a quarterly update. So Wally Adams will be here to give the update.
Thank you, Chair Condon. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm Wally Adams.
Perfectly.
Great. Wally Adams. I work for Haley and Aldrich. Closely following on the heels of the update that my colleague just gave, very similar, just for a different project. This one's for the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line. And I wanted to mention also before I get started that I believe in the room you have Joe Stipple from Idaho Power. And so if for some reason you had a question or something that you wanted him to comment on, I'm sure that he would be available to do that.
Wally, can you hold on just a minute? And Secretary Cornett.
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett, just as a the heads up, Joe stepped out. It's lunchtime. He probably stepped out to grab lunch.
No.
Sarah texted him to let him know that we changed the agenda item. So hopefully he'll be back in the room in a little while. But as Wally said, Joe's here for this particular agenda item from Boise. So we definitely want to make sure that, council, knows that they can ask questions of him as well.
Yeah.
So do you think we should wait and maybe go with the carbon dioxide emissions offset? It's going to be pretty short, don't you think?
We can. I have about, trying to think time. I have about 2 hours, and then I'm in a different time zone than you are. And, if you wanted to do that and then come back to this one, that's okay too. That's your call.
I think that might be a good idea just because the carbon rulemaking should be a pretty quick one. The compliance one will take some time.
Right.
The carbon one probably gives enough time for Joe to get back. So yeah, thanks for the flexibility.
Yeah,
likewise.
thank you. Thank you, Wally. So Tom Jackman, sorry about the confusion here. We just have to make some schedules work. Oh, and Joe's back. Oh, Wally, are you still there?
I am. You want to go with Plan B?
Continue as previously advertised.
All right, sounds good. We'll move on. So sorry about that, Joe, but he might be happy that he can get out of there a little bit earlier too. Okay, so if we can go to the agenda, thank you. So a pretty standard update that I've done a couple times now. I will mention that I had removal fill updates on there. I won't actually have them for this one. We'll have them for next quarter. We're required to give those to you semi-annually, basically following the semi-annual construction reports. Their next one will be submitted in July. They do have a removal fill permit update that's being processed now, but it's not yet approved. So we can wait and talk about that, I think, with next quarter's update. So with that, let's move on and go to the overview slide and just kind of remind everybody once again what this project is. So this is an approved, FSEC approved transmission line. The line itself will be about 300 miles long in total when it's built. And of that, 273 miles will be in Oregon. The rest is in Idaho. It's the 500 kilovolt line, substations, communication stations, and lots of access roads, as you'll see as we go through the update. And it crosses 5 counties in Oregon. So next slide, please. So just again, a reminder on the sequence that they build a line like this. And in my mind, there are 6 major steps that they go through. They have to do clearing in some areas, not a lot for this one, but they did have to clear some timber for this project. They build their access roads and their pads. So a lot of civil work, basically. Foundations are put in for the towers. Then the towers can be assembled and erected. And then finally, they pull the wire for the line. And of course, following that, they can do reclamation of the temporarily disturbed areas. So where they're at now is basically steps 1 through 4. They are well into those, as you'll see. I've got a couple slides where I'm going to show you where they're at with construction. They have not started wire pulling yet, but I've been told that in a couple of months, they probably will start pulling wire, that they'll have enough structures up. And of course they have to have all of them up in a given area for a given length to be able to start any wire pulling, but they think they're going to be there in several months. And so I've heard maybe September, October timeframe that they would be pulling wire. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary of the construction progress and the schedule. So they started basically a year ago. They started with construction, and we're in the peak build period right now. They expect to be substantially complete, meaning really the line is done and it's energized by next October of 2027. And then final completion almost a year after that, which would include the reclamation. They've built a little over half of the roads that they needed for the project at this point. Over half of the pads are in. The pads being where they put the tower structures. The foundations for those structures are almost 40% complete. And this was as of June 7th, so they probably are by now at 40%. And almost a quarter of the structures were actually up and in place. And you can really start to see now, if you drive anywhere along the project right away, you see these structures now in various places. They're very apparent. Next slide, please. So this is, I thought it would be good to give you a little snapshot, an idea of the amount of activity involved. It's been said many times, this is a big project, and this gives you some feel for that, I think. So I took this, I get a schedule, construction schedule from them, usually every week. And among the things that are on there are how many construction contractors are working on various tasks, how many crews do they have working on those, and personnel. And so you can see in particular on the foundations and the structure assembly, the structure building, if you will, there are a lot of people involved in those tasks. And so when you total it up, it's over 400 people that are actively working on construction tasks right now. And you have more people who are doing other support tasks. They're doing the environmental monitoring, they're doing project management and so forth behind the scenes. So it's well over 400 people that are on this project at the moment. Let's go to the next slide. So main thing I'll talk about today are the site inspections, what we've seen and what the results are. And just to do, again, a quick overview, I've shown this slide before, but this is the process, and I won't dwell here too long. You just saw a very similar slide from Jen Kassler that she showed earlier. The one thing I do want to point out again before we move on, for the inspections themselves, the site inspections, we've subcontracted with Anderson Perry. They're an engineering services firm out of La Grande. And so they have people who are closer to where the line is being built, and they do most of the inspections. I've joined them on a couple of them, including one of the recent ones, and we'll talk about here in a minute. But usually the monthly inspections, Anderson Perry personnel are conducting. So next slide. So this is just a list of the inspections that we've completed and what the focus of those inspections were. We pretty much always are looking at erosion and sediment control, especially, anytime that we're into wet seasons in Oregon. But there are other things that we look at too, and we kind of alternate between doing these more general inspections and then doing deep dives on particular standards, plans, or things of that nature. So, for example, for June, the most recent inspection, it was the fire prevention and suppression plan, and we just had somebody out to look at that last Wednesday. With the inspections that we've done to date, we had findings of noncompliance during 2 of those inspections, during last October's and during the April inspection. And when we get to the next slide, you'll see the noncompliance from the April inspection on there. So I think we can move to that. So I've pared this down just to noncompliances that we're tracking from this year. There was an earlier one that actually came through the BLM for a cultural resource buffer violation. That is actually closed now. I know the status on your slide says open, but we have the documentation that was provided to BLM, and we've reviewed that and accepted it and closed that. The next one on there is the one that we gave them from our April inspection. I went with our Anderson Perry inspector on that. And one of the things that we did was we basically watched a demonstration of a weed wash station, a couple of demonstrations actually. And we did issue a finding of noncompliance for that. We're allowing basically the mud and debris that's being cleaned off of vehicles as they go through the weed washes to accumulate and basically overflow the catch areas. And I have some pictures I'm going to show, and I'm going to talk. I've got, I think, 3 more slides basically to talk about weed control. It's been an issue, in the spring, and it's been a bit of a focal point here for us. So if we can move to the next slide, I think it's easier to see some of this with pictures. So the weed wash stations for this project use compressed air. On the left, you're looking at what would be a typical area where a vehicle would drive into a weed wash area. On the right is the compressor station that they use. And so the idea is they drive in and the driver gets out and blows the debris off the vehicle. If you go forward now 1 slide, so we watched basically a light duty vehicle being cleaned, and we watched this vehicle being cleaned. This is a telehandler. It's like a big forklift basically, so pretty representative of what would happen when they're trying to clean some larger equipment. The day that we were out there, it was muddy. It rained quite a bit the prior day and the morning right before we came out for the inspection. And I don't know how well you can see it, but in the picture on the left, those tires are packed with mud. There's an operator on the very far left, and what you can't really see is he's got a wooden stake and he's trying to chisel out those tires, because under those conditions, the compressed air is just not going to do it. The picture on the right shows the condition after the 2 crew members worked on that telehandler for about 20 minutes. They got it pretty clean. Those guys worked hard. It's tough, again, under those conditions. Under drier conditions, the compressed air stations work pretty well. Under those conditions, I'm not sure what, if anything, would really work well to remove the mud and debris. You can see also the mud and debris that's built up on the wooden planks in this case is what they're using to try to trap the debris that comes off of the vehicles. And that's what we issued the non-compliance for. Was we saw 2 different weed stations where they were really not maintaining them properly in our eyes. What they've done to correct that since then is they have basically a dedicated crew who's going from weed wash to weed wash and cleaning these stations. So if we go forward one more slide, we just got a summary now on the weed control, and what I see is kind of the good and bad of this, and then I'll stop and see if you have any questions about it. But I think, you know, the positives, where there are noxious weed populations, they have been surveyed and they're clearly marked. They do have 2 weed treatment crews that are actively spraying where there are noxious weeds popping up. And they're doing ongoing coordination with the county weed supervisors. They've been doing that, I would say, the last 3 months. They just had a coordination call with them yesterday. So I think that part is going quite well. And I think overall they are in compliance with the site certificate and with the noxious weed control plan. Areas of concern, if you will, again, the weed wash stations, they do reduce the spread of noxious weeds. They're not 100% effective. And I just want to make sure we're not sugarcoating this, that you see, you know, what's actually happening in the field. There are weeds starting to emerge in disturbed areas. They're having to treat those. It's not a surprise. It's just it's a fact. And then, you know, we know from other projects, revegetation is a challenge in Eastern Oregon. It's tough getting, you know, the native or native-like vegetation to grow back without it being overwhelmed by weeds in areas that are disturbed. But that's a that's a challenge for the future, if you will, although it's the near future, because I'm going to give you one slide on reclamation here in a minute, and they're going to be starting on some reclamation activities fairly soon. So I'll pause there and just see if anybody has any questions or comments before I move on.
Thank you, Mr. Adam. Any comments or questions from council? I do have one question. When you go out to inspect, or somebody goes out to inspect, is there a notice of that? Like when you were at the weed wash station and they were cleaning out the tire track, do they know you're there?
Yeah, Chair Condon, thanks for the question. And I think that's a really good question. Yes. So what we've been doing, they know when we're coming. We coordinate with them on the inspections. And I've normally been telling them what the focus of the inspection will be, what we want to look at. So they were not surprised that we wanted to look at weed wash stations and we were going to do a test of weed wash stations, which also makes me more inclined with the issue of not maintaining them. I mean, it's tough in those conditions. They said it was really muddy there, but they know we're coming, and I think what we see in those cases is it's as good as it's going to get, more likely than not. And so if I see something that's not in compliance with a plan, like the noxious weed control plan in this case, then we're going to issue a non-compliance for it. Because I feel like they've had fair warning. Definitely the operators in that case knew we were there. You know, would they have spent as much time and effort as they did trying to clean that piece of equipment if we weren't there? You can't say, really, but I'll give them credit for what they did that day. The other thing I'll say with the weed wash stations, it's a little bit of a blessing and a curse what they did with them. It's a little different on this project than I've seen on some others. Usually the weed washes are kind of off to the side, and you really wonder how if people are using them always when they should. In most cases in this project, if they can place a weed wash between the project work area, the right of way, and the public roads, so leaving the right of way, that's what they've done, which is really good because then you can't bypass them. But then the downside is there's a lot of traffic that goes across them, which makes maintaining them more important. And that's, again, one of the reasons when we talked about it, we said, you know, we're going to issue them the non-compliance for that problem.
Thank you for that.
Okay,
Any other
let's,
questions, Councilor Byer?
Just an observation. We saw the other project update that had these little weed mats with
Rumble mats.
rumble mats. And
yeah.
how does an organization choose what kind of weed management to use?
Yeah. And I think it's a discussion probably generally that happens as that noxious weed plan is being written and finalized. Usually the rumble strips, or it's escaped me now, it's a different name for them. I see that used more to avoid track out than as a weed control method. It probably does help. I don't know if it's as effective as a weed wash per se, but it's apparently for that project they're in compliance with their noxious weed plan.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Okay, got a couple more. We move on. So yeah, I know someone asked about reclamation during my last quarterly update, and so I had some more information that had come my way, and I thought let's at least put a slide in here, even though it hasn't actually started yet. But this is like high level how reclamation is being done and documented. So they have something called a reclamation implementation form. And I have basically a couple pictures of one here. They're not totally done because of course reclamation isn't done. But basically this form is to document what they do and how they are going about reclaiming the temporarily disturbed areas. So there are 3 phases. They document the before, they document what it looks like after construction, and then they document what it looks like after reclamation. They'll have an individual reclamation implementation form for each structure pad. Roads, they'll batch together, which that makes sense to me. I'm not sure how many they'll have. They may not know themselves yet either. But I will say compared to other documentation I've seen for reclamation, I think it's pretty good. And they will likely start in August reclaiming some federal land areas, and they're coordinating that with BLM. They have to get agreement with BLM on the reclamation plans. They expect basically that's going to take 60 days for BLM to complete those reviews before they get the green light to go ahead with those activities. But that'll be coming fairly soon. So if we can move on, I have 2 more slides. This one is informational, just on some other things related to the project, biological and avian, I called it. So there were winter range restrictions that were in effect for elk and mule deer. The last time that I gave you an update, those obviously all ended, but I put it on here to mention because I thought overall that went well. There were some exceptions that were given by Odo in consultation with ODFW to those restrictions, but by all accounts, and we audited this several times, they abided by the best management practices that went along with those restrictions, and there were no issues associated with that. Similarly, there have been some limited exceptions granted for work in greater sage grouse habitat. Those were also granted in consultation with ODFW. Those restrictions will end June 30th, and there are also best management practices they have to follow for those, and that's been happening, and no issues so far to report there. So the last one, and this picture is just trying to show an example of what this looks like on their GIS mapping tool. There are currently about 172 occupied nests for either raptors or migratory birds along the project right away. So it's a lot. There are a lot of areas where they have where they can't work basically right now. They have restrictions. And how do they keep track of that? Well, they do it primarily with GIS tools. So they map every one of these nests. They also go out then and flag these areas. So it takes a lot of work, obviously, to keep up with that. They've done a couple rounds of aerial surveys this year associated with that. Eventually, those restrictions will end as the young fledge, and the timing of the restrictions it expires, and that depends on the species. But right now, they're operating under restrictions in a lot of areas for occupied nests. So with that, let's go to the last slide. I always like to end with this. What are, some of the things that I think are our focus areas? And no surprise, fire season is number one now. The project did have about a 400-acre grass fire that was started by construction operations in Idaho. So that was at the end of May. They are working with BLM on a reclamation plan for that area that was burned. And obviously in Idaho, it's outside of our jurisdiction, but that did happen and got our attention, I'll say. Construction crews, I'll say as a positive, construction crews have assisted with extinguishing fires that were not started by project activities. And I know at least a couple examples of where that's happened, because they have water trucks basically out on the right of way, and a fire has started somewhere in the vicinity. They've gone and jumped in to help out in some cases. So that, again, that was the focus for June inspection. We haven't issued a report on that. Obviously, it just happened, but I'll be able to give you an update on that during the next quarterly update. The other item I had on here, during the weekly monitoring reports that we receive, which are generally very good and detailed, I think, there's been a bit of a pattern with concrete washout issues, and their environmental inspector is finding evidence of, concrete washout spills, and they're documenting it. When that happens, then they have to go and clean it up. So we've talked about it a couple of times. They have talked to their crews. Basically, they came up with like a one-page guidance document for their crews that they've gone over. I have seen a decrease in frequency of the incidents, but they're still happening, just not as often. So I will say, if we're out on the right of way, either myself or Anderson Perry Inspector, and we find an issue, we are going to issue a finding of noncompliance. Because this one, to me, it's a pretty easy one. It feels a little sloppy, frankly, that they've had as many incidents as they have had, and we haven't issued a noncompliance yet, but I'm expecting them to do better on this one. And that is, I think, the last thing that I had.
Thank you, Wally, for that comprehensive report. And any comments from council or questions? Councilor Byer.
So for such a big project, it seems like things are going pretty well, that where you identify issues, they're being resolved. And it seems like we're seeing noxious weed kind of issues across all the projects. So any lessons learned there, we should keep track of. But thank you again for the really excellent presentation. And as I've said before, it's just really good to see how these programs are progressing. So thank you.
Thank you. And I do have a question about, and I realize we don't have jurisdiction in Idaho, but I'm wondering if there were lessons learned from that grass fire that informed the Oregon construction. or that might inform Oregon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Condon. Unfortunately, and I just learned this on Wednesday. So I'll back up. If that had happened in Oregon, I'm sure that we would request, a root cause and corrective action on the fire. Apparently that's not happening with this one, which surprised me a little bit. So what I'm hearing is that BLM considers them to have been in compliance with their plan of development, their POD, which is kind of the federal equivalent to the site certificate. And so there's no non-compliance issued, and they do have to get a reclamation plan approved, but they don't have to basically explain formally what happened or document corrective actions for them. So I would say informally, we've heard some things verbally. If you wanted to ask that question of Mr. Stipple while he's there, that I think that's certainly be fair to do. But it doesn't look like we're going to get anything in writing, any kind of formal response that we would be able to get learnings from.
Well, Mr. Stipple has nodded. And I think he might just want to stretch his legs. So welcome. Welcome to the microphone, Joe Stipple.
Oh,
there you go.
there you go. Okay. Yeah, Joe Stipple, Idaho Power, 1221 West Idaho Street, Boise, Idaho.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to discuss the incident. So we were in compliance with our fire suppression mitigation plan. We have the same one across the project. This was an interesting situation where we clipped a rock, and it was a slightly windy day. I think one thing it just shows that the season this year is going to be really rough just due to the vegetation levels out there. And so we are enhancing our precautions. We're treating everything like it's a red flag warning day. So there's different tiers in our suppression plan, and we are enhancing it all the way. So it's for worst case scenario all the time at this time.
Okay, thank you. How long did it take to control that fire?
It did take an afternoon. So it did take emergency services to come out to it. Because there was some wind, and so it got away pretty quickly. But again, I think that area is prone to that type of activity. I think it was burned several years earlier, times before that. So it just shows, it was May, not technically in the typical fire season, and it shows now, it's on our radar. I think the BLM called it a very good lesson for the entire project and for them, because as soon as that happened, then we started seeing other warnings across the territory for other projects. So,
okay, thank you for that, and thank you for.
And one thing I will add, I know Mr. Adams did say we have been responding to a few fires. It's actually been probably over 5 or 6 at this time, and it's remarkable. Ranchers, we've been in great contact with a lot of the ranchers across the project, and they call us all the time to come out to help, because these fires are happening all over the place this year. And it was interesting on I think it was Friday, we were called out to one, and then the BLM sent us away because they didn't need their help. But our crews are very willing to come out and assist, at any time, just because it's a great resource that we're across this area. There's water available, and we're able to jump on things. I know one incident too, they did structure protection around Pilot Rock. There was a grass fire approaching structures, and we sent 3 water trucks over there to start suppressing that fire. So there is some I guess blessings for us to be out there in this crazy year that we're going to have.
A continuing crazy year, I'm afraid.
Yes.
Well, again, thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think Wally is done. Thank you, Wally, for being here and giving again the report. And so now I think we're going to move on.
Thank you.
So our next item on the agenda is compliance rulemaking, and Tom Jackman, who is our rules coordinator, will be up to take us through our rulemaking. Thank you, Tom, for being here again. Okay, so just a comment. So we are back to the original agenda. So we'll go in the order now from
here on out.
From here on, yes.
Okay. So yes, I am, for the record, Tom Jackman, the rules coordinator for the council, among other things. And we are here to discuss the compliance rulemaking. So let's get to it. So for those who are newer to the council and for anybody else who's interested, just a little background on the rulemaking process. These are the essential stages of the rulemaking process. It sort of begins in, we call it informal rulemaking, with the council authorizing us to begin an initiation of rulemaking activity and effort. Doesn't necessarily result in new rules. That activity could be, a review of the existing rules and the conclusion that nothing needs to change. Typically, that's not what happens, but it certainly could. Then during that process, we develop draft rules, typically with the rulemaking advisory committee, which is intended to be representative of all interested parties, which for the council is essentially the public and the utilities and the potentially other reviewing agencies, depending on the subject matter, and also environmental interests. Once those draft rules are developed sort of internally, we present those to council, which is what we're here to do today for the compliance rulemaking. We have developed draft rules with the help of a RAC, and we'll obviously go through those. Upon approval from council, it begins the formal rulemaking period, which is now, it's formal because up to that point, there's a lot of discretion about how the process goes. Once this begins, everything is delineated in statute and rule, in a process that, in order to become rules, we have to follow to the letter. So that's what we call it, formal rulemaking. But that's largely driven by a formal public comment period, where everyone who wants to can participate and make their own suggestions about either in support or opposition or the alternative options for the rules, for the proposed rules, which then we will present to council, usually 2 to 3 council meetings away, typically is how we work it. As the legislative comment period has to be at least 45 days. So that pushes it out about 2 to 3 council meetings, depending on how things line up. And then adoption of rules, which for us is pretty much right away. So rules become effective on submission, which is not necessarily true for all agencies, but it is for the council, unless they decide otherwise. Any questions about this from anybody? Okay, let's go next slide. All right, so we've been talking a lot about compliance today, so I don't know that I need to get too much into the weeds here, but we already know that energy facilities can't be cited unless they meet all kinds of things, including primarily from the council's perspective, the council standards. And one of the great things about the way we do business in Oregon is that we don't just hand over a certificate and say, well, good luck. We ensure that the things that the certificate holder has agreed to in terms of how they're going to operate the facility are actually done per the agreement. So we call those conditions to the site certificate, all the things that they're required to do. And just as an example, they might, for that particular site certificate, we might, due to the conditions in that particular location, require maybe a greater setback than normal for clearing vegetation, depending on the situation. So this is how we are flexible and adaptable and ensure public health and safety. And ensuring that all those conditions are complied with is essentially the purpose of the compliance rules that we're going to be discussing, and is the purview of the compliance team that sort of enforces all that and oversees that. So we have recently updated them a few years ago, but it was a sort of small change. And most of the compliance rules haven't been updated in almost 20 years or longer. So this is today we're going to be doing a pretty comprehensive look. We looked at every single word in the compliance rules in Division 26 and going to make quite a few suggested changes today. So any questions about the compliance rules set? Let's go next slide. So existing compliance rules address construction and operation reporting, inspections, to some extent, correspondence with other agencies, and incident notification. And they address reports by responsible parties, notice of violation, civil penalties, and suspension or revocation of site certificates. So what we're going to do with these proposed rules is I sort of identify gaps in those existing areas, but then also fill out some additional functions to ensure the smooth and successful operation of the compliance program. So go ahead and go next slide. So yeah, the rules don't always, as they're currently drafted, aren't always clear with respect to what must be submitted, when it must be submitted, how the department's going to review it, and then significantly, and a big chunk of these draft rules is sort of how compliance issues are addressed before we go to formal enforcement, which is the subject of Division 29, where something becomes a violation. Okay, so these gaps sort of create uncertainty for certificate holders and also make it more difficult for us to ensure sort of comprehensive administration by our staff across multiple projects and multiple staff who are working with, different types of projects and different certificate holders. So consistency is obviously really important with government, ensuring that we're treating everybody equally and fairly, and that we're not, sort of being arbitrary in how we deal with these things. Go ahead and go next slide. So I don't need to dwell on this, but just so you know, we had fairly a broad group. We are sort of at the mercy of folks who want to participate. Obviously, this is a volunteer sort of effort, and we send out as broad a call as we can to potential RAC members, and unless we get an overwhelming response, essentially take everybody who's willing to participate. Go ahead and go next slide. So we had 3 rulemaking meetings. We discussed the rules and the issues that we sort of hinted at a few slides ago, and we had a meeting where we sort of reviewed potential solutions and then turned that into some draft rules, which we discussed just recently in May, and then made some additional tweaks as a result of that meeting, resulting in the rules that we're going to discuss today. So next slide.
If I can
yes,
just
sure.
interrupt one, I want to give thanks to Councillor Beyer. I think it's so important that we are on those racks as much as we can be, understanding it takes time and attention and whatnot. So thank you very much for taking part in this rack.
Yes, excellent. It was great to have Councillor Beyer there. Well, no, you also provided some comments, especially when we were talking about one of the issues of what the council is interested in hearing, the urgency of potential information that would be submitted to council as a result of these compliance rules. And obviously there's a balance between overwhelming the council with information and minutia and missing out on some potentially critical things. And I think it's also just helpful to have a member of the council just to see the rules as they're sort of being discussed by these constituents and the stakeholders, to sort of, because I present that to you here, but it's a different thing to be there and sort of listen and hear how folks are talking.
And just a question on that. The RAC meetings are generally through WebEx or,
Teams.
you can,
Yeah,
or
they're
Teams
all
or
remote,
whatnot. They're remote.
Yeah.
And so just an invitation to council members, if there's something you're interested in, let Tom know.
Yeah.
That if there's a RAC formed and you're interested, it does provide some depth to our discussions at council meetings too. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So the scope of these rules, this rulemaking was first primarily to sort of improve the clarity of the rules by identifying ambiguities or issues where we found ourselves wondering like what exactly was intended or meant by the rules, to fill in gaps where the rules sort of said, you know, you must do this, but didn't really provide sufficient direction. And then providing additional tools to the department primarily to address compliance issues in a predictable, graduated, and efficient manner. So I'm going to discuss these rules in sort of, I find this to be helpful when we have rulemakings that are more comprehensive and larger to sort of not overwhelm you. We're going to go through the sort of minor ones real quickly, and then the more modest ones, and then the more significant ones. Yeah. Okay. So for the minor changes, we have we actually changed the name of the division to be, make it clear that these rules are primarily, they're directed at the site certificate compliance. One of the things that we wanted to do is make it clear what the council is responsible for. There is some stuff currently in the compliance rules that sort of could be interpreted to imply that the council is responsible for ensuring that certificate holders comply with, you know, stuff that the council is not responsible for, like federal regulations. So we try to clear up the language there to make that clear. Updated some terminology so that things were more consistent and clear in terms of what was meant. Updated cross-references to make sure that those are accurate. You know, corrected grammar, tried to improve readability and removed outdated language, and just generally tried to reorganize things if we felt like that would help. So those are just sort of minor changes. Any questions or thoughts? Next slide. So a couple slides here, I believe, on the more modest changes. One thing we put in that it's important to note is that the intent for these updated rules is that they will apply to all existing and future site certificates, subject to sort of controlling or directly contrary site-specific conditions. Typically, I mean, the expectation is that a new site certificate is governed by the rules at the time the certificate is granted, and that will continue to be the case. But to the extent that what we're doing here with these rules is sort of clarifying what was always meant, so, you know, we just want to be clear that these changes would apply to existing site certificates as well. Again, subject to a completely contradictory site certificate condition. We want to clarify, and there was a lot of questions from the RAC members about this, you know, the industry folks, about phased and component-based pre-construction compliance review, about how that works. You know, do you need to meet a condition that would potentially apply to the whole facility, even if you're just going to do a small portion of it? So that's sort of clarified in the rules, and specifically that whereas the rules were sort of ambiguous about this, it is now clear that it is intended for the compliance program to allow for sort of graduated or phased construction, which is the norm. Obviously, you can't magically build the whole thing at once. Even if it's in one phase, it's going to be a graduated deployment. And then quite frequently, these projects get sort of subdivided and deployed in phases, just, you know, from a risk standpoint. You don't necessarily want to deploy the whole thing just because you received a certificate for it. And then clarifying like the scope of inspections and what that looks like. Clarified some rule language of just detailing how a member of the public would sort of, as we say now, request compliance review, because previously it sort of suggested that you could just require the department to perform an inspection, but it's not necessarily needed to do so in all cases. So clarified exactly what the public needs to submit, how they submit it, and then what would result from that submission, which is sort of a review by staff, which could result in an inspection. Either sort of what we call a desktop inspection, which is, you know, review of the information we get submitted, or potentially even an on-site inspection. And then, yeah, added some more like written notice requirements for department determinations to ensure that certificate holders are kept appraised of the process. Any questions about this slide? Nope. All right, next. One of the things we're trying to do is sort of reduce duplicative reporting. So to the extent information is applicable that was previously prepared for another agency or for another part of the process, we made it clear how you would submit that, in what manner. We don't want people to waste time, but we also want to ensure that what gets submitted is actually useful and not just see this. Especially when what they're submitting is maybe only a portion of it is applicable to meeting the compliance requirement. So, and then also we introduced some language regarding, we call like the form and manner, essentially how the information is submitted. And again, here, the intent is not to sort of create burden or onerous requirements on certificate holders, but to sort of create a sort of uniform process that they can use as a model for all their compliance submissions. Just to give you an idea, we sort of had information requirements, and the compliance conditions require them to submit certain, verification, but it's sort of left up to the certificate holder how they would submit that. So, there's obviously a zillion different ways you might submit something, but then the compliance officers have to sort of figure out, well, how does this support what they're saying? So the intent is to figure out what would be the most useful for the compliance officer, and then tell the certificate holders, please submit it in this way, so that we don't have to figure out over and over again how to actually do the review of the information. So by sort of refining that process, the idea is that we'll take less time and it'll be more efficient. And since we charge them for the work, it'll ultimately, hopefully, be a savings for them as well. I think that's all of it for that slide. Okay, so now we're going to get into some more substantive changes. Most of the changes are in just a handful of the rules, although there are changes in almost all the rules. But the first one of those is here in Rule 48 in Division 26, which deals with pre-construction compliance. So again, one of the significant changes we made was to clarify how pre-construction compliance review applies to facilities that are built by component or phase, and what you would need to submit, specifically the conditions that would apply to the component or phase that you're building, and identifying ones that should be addressed on a facility-wide basis, even though you're only doing a portion. So it sort of cuts both ways, right? Let's say you just have to do the whole thing at once now. So you don't want to have it be certified just for the phase, even though you're only doing the phase. You want to say, hey, we're meeting this condition for the whole facility, even though we're only doing phase 1 now. So you don't need to look at it again. So there's actually multiple areas where we could sort of see efficiencies, not just, letting people only prove a little bit. They may want to prove the whole thing now and not waste time proving just a little bit. So that's now hopefully more clear in the rules. Any questions about that? Go next slide. So continuing with this rule, I think I may have discussed all this, but yeah, essentially, the idea is that our compliance, information submission requirements are hopefully more uniform, but also more flexible than they maybe appear to be right now. And then specifically here at the end here, that second bullet point, the rule explicitly requires written department authorization before construction may begin on a component or phase that's reviewed too. If there is a pre-construction compliance requirement, then they can't just say, hey, we're following this and now we're going to get started. They submit the information, the department reviews it. If we agree, then they can begin. Next slide. Okay, so that's Rule 48. Rule 50 deals with inspections. And as I alluded to before, we sort of focused this on the actual review process rather than the inspection process. and then clarified, how a member of the public would participate, what they would submit, and then how the department would respond to that and what that process looks like. So go ahead and go next slide. So a person may request department review if they believe that a violation of a council order, certificate, term, or condition has occurred, or even if that's not the case, they think there's a situation that would lead to, basically a threat to public health and safety. Maybe something that the council didn't even consider, or that sort of unusual. So once they identify that, and the rules are now clear that they can't just make allegations. They have to provide supporting facts. Could just be you observed this, right? It could be you were there, you drove by and you noticed something. But you do have to provide some sort of basis for the claim to require, and then the department will then sort of provide written notice of its determination once it's made it to the person who submitted the request, letting them know whether a site inspection would occur or not. Next slide. And then one other thing we've done here is create a corrective action plan process, which we sort of already are doing, but now is formalized in rules, that we don't necessarily go straight to notice of violation. We now have a sort of middle ground here where something that could potentially be a violation, or something that we're concerned about, that we can provide this corrective action plan process that, doesn't necessarily go to the Division 29 enforcement process, which is sort of heavy-handed at that point. So this enables a sort of more graduated approach to enforcement of the compliance conditions. Yeah, next slide. Okay, so Rule 80 didn't make a ton of changes to Rule 80, but substantively, but we did sort of substantially reorganize how the rule looks. So if you compared it, if you A/B'd it, it would look a lot different. But ultimately, it's not that different substantively. But now the rules are organized in terms of sort of the life cycle of what needs to be submitted. We have the construction compliance reports, the final construction compliance reports, and then that which leads into the annual reports, and then potential facility modification update reports. Yeah, so this was all kind of mixed in a little bit more before. It was kind of confusing what information was tied to what stage of the project. So hopefully that is more clear now with the new rule. Yeah, go ahead and continue. One of the changes we made was to move the annual report deadline from April 30th to January 31st, unless a different date is agreed to. And the idea here is that there's a lot of information that sort of gets updated in the spring. And if we wait, so there were some debates about pushing it back, but at that point, it's sort of like the next annual report, right? So the idea is, we pretty much operate on a calendar basis. So getting that information sooner in January, based on whatever the most recent information they have, is going to lead to sort of more timely analysis and understanding of these facilities than we currently are operating under, where we sort of, get kind of outdated information. Yeah. We just removed some stuff in there that's sort of no longer relevant or of low value, as obviously these rules were drafted a long time ago, primarily for fossil fuel facilities. And go ahead and go next slide. And then throughout the rules, but in 80, it sort of primarily addressed what it looks like with phasing and staging, and how certificate holder can identify down to the component. And I did want to be clear, because this was a concern from some RAC members, that the rules specifically state component and or phase, and that could refer to not just phases of projects, but also to what they called staged construction. So in a given phase, you might do things in like phases to actually bring things online. So the intent is always that whatever you want to do, you have to have met the compliance requirements for that thing, whatever you want to call it. Just making that clear on the record. That's what's intended. Okay, so then we have this new rule in 88, which did not previously exist at all, which, there were some sort of ambiguities about how we update the facility description or whether we could. So this is just going to make it crystal clear that the department is allowed to sort of make an update to the facility description in a site certificate. Obviously, things aren't always built, and I would say, things aren't always built to maximize whatever was granted by the site certificate, but we do have construction deadlines. So if you don't build it by the construction deadline, it doesn't matter what the site certificate allowed, you still are, you're now limited by what you built as of the construction deadline. So where you have compliance officers that weren't necessarily involved in the application process, they don't, we want to make sure that the thing that they're reviewing matches the actual thing that they're allowed to build. And that serves a whole host of efficiencies, but obviously if there could potentially even be conditions that don't apply at all because they apply to portions of the site that were not built, and once they're past the deadline will never be built unless another amendment is applied for. So this is hopefully a way that will allow us to have a process that ensures that we can keep things as one-to-one as possible with our records matching what is actually on the ground. Go ahead and go next slide. So, and just to be clear, that updating the facility description is again, it's just an administrative update. It's not intended to, allow for new construction or do anything that would otherwise be required by the amendment process. So there is, and the triggers for that amendment process are in Division 27. So if you're going to make a change as a certificate holder and you're not sure whether it will require an amendment, you would go to Division 27, which lays out the methodology behind, communicating with the department to make that determination.
A quick question.
Yep.
I just want to make sure I understand. So it really is kind of similar to an as-built, building.
Yep.
Right. And so we approve a project and the as-built is less than the capacity that was presented as in this
they got approved for
application.
800 megawatts. They only built 200 megawatts. The deadline passes for the construction. So we want the certificate to reflect that.
Yes. Okay. So we'll have current information or as-built information as to capacity.
Yeah, and not just 200, but also which 200, like where right. They built this section over here and didn't build that section over there or whatever.
Yeah. And the reason I asked the question is, we often hear, the capacity is this, but only 30%, of energy is used.
Well, so there is a thing called the capacity factor, which refers to essentially the amount of energy that would be produced by a given facility. And for solar, that's a relatively low number because, there's a sort of a maximum capacity. If the sun was shining 24/7, this is what it would output. This is what it could output, but it doesn't. And so therefore that's a lower number. That's different than the nameplate was 800 megawatts, but we only built 200 megawatts.
Okay. Yeah. And what I'm trying to get to is
sure.
If we approve a site certificate for 200.
Yes.
And, we think that that's the capacity and we may not ever produce that much.
Sure.
And now we've got 100. It just seems to me like in the future, it might be relevant, I guess, to say this is what capacity is out there. How much energy is being used, not necessarily for us, but Todd can probably read. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks. For the record, Todd Cornett. I'd like to kind of refocus that onto the physical components and not the megawatts.
Okay.
It's not our business to really care about the megawatts. I mean, we have like for wind, the jurisdictional threshold is megawatt. We want people to be able to produce as much power as they can in the smaller footprint as they can. So really, this conversation should be more about the physical components. So the placeholder is megawatts. Okay, so you got approved for 800 megawatts. You're only going to build 200 megawatts. But later on, if they change the panels and they're more efficient and they're can produce 300 megawatts at that same physical components, great. We're not going to say you can't do 300 megawatts. We don't care about that. We care about the physical components. So that's what we're really oriented towards. If you build half the facility, the deadline is passed, you cannot build the other half of the facility. That is expired. That's gone. So we want the site certificate to reflect that you build, instead of 10 square miles, 5 square miles, and the fence line around 5 square miles, and the roads associated with 5 square miles, and the solar, panels and the inverters and the transformers. We don't really care that it's 200 megawatts or 300 megawatts or 400 megawatts. We care about the physical footprint and then the impacts associated with that.
Yes. Okay. And I think I understand that. Mine was probably, my other question is probably out of scope, but what this provides for is we'll have a true assessment of what is built.
Yes.
As you stated initially, it's the as-built.
It's as-built. Yeah.
That's because what happens is, these applications come in and some of them ultimately build everything that's approved. But because, the process takes some time, as you hear about, and it's more efficient to propose something bigger, and maybe they will be able to do that. Maybe they'll get the power purchase agreement and the equipment and the financing and all of that. But if not, well, they will dial that down and then they will sort of shed the remainder of that and they won't build that. But we have a whole bunch of site certificates that are incompatible in terms of what was approved versus what actually got constructed and what is eligible to be operational. This is to try to, to make that a one-to-one relationship, as Tom said, to ultimately, and not make it a burden on the developers to have to come in and do a site certificate amendment, which takes time and money on their part and takes time and resources on our part. We want to be able to do that in an administrative way to reflect that after that deadline has passed, that they can no longer build those components that were originally approved because, without an amendment, that's gone. Like you have to begin construction by a certain date, you have to end construction by a certain date. And unless you get those changed, you don't just have the ability 20 years into the future to say, well, we didn't build that second half 20 years ago. We're going to build it now. That's gone.
Okay.
Your authority to build that has long since passed. We want the site certificate to reflect that.
Yeah, and what I think I was surprised by in this is that we needed an administrative or rule change to be able to do that, to say this reflects the current.
There is no real way to do it without a site certificate amendment right now.
Okay.
Administratively, we can state that, we can put it on the website.
Yeah.
But it's just cleaner to be able to do it this way.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and to the extent this certificate is seen as the sort of controlling document, it makes sense that you would want that to reflect what they're actually allowed to do. Yeah, okay, so go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is, not that big of a change, I guess. So maybe you can just consider this more modest, but we did clarify there was some confusion about what 105 allowed to do. This is called other agency communications, and sort of there was some confusion that maybe this was requiring folks to submit everything that they share with anybody. The intent here with this rule is if you want to share something, or if you want to rely on something you've shared with another agency or with the federal government, that you're saying this meets our compliance obligations, see this report we submitted to the feds, great, you can do that, but you need to sort of identify the information in that report. And if we agree, great. That's you don't have to do it twice. And then there was some other concerns about security and sensitive stuff that's submitted to other folks, and so we added some language in here basically saying you can claim whatever you want, but if you do so, again, you need to provide the basis for that and not just say, this is confidential or whatever. If it is, or if it's subject to, there's a zillion different exceptions to the public records laws that allow you to sort of keep things private. Which one are you, which one are you relying on? And if we agree, great, we will follow what we're required to follow. Okay, so then just sort of some miscellaneous stuff. We've updated, there's a sort of incident list, which didn't cover some of the things we've been seeing recently with some mechanical failures and spills. That's now in the proposed rules. There was some stuff about you must report things as soon as possible, and other times it's 72 hours. And we all they went back and forth on this because we wanted it to be uniform. So now it's just 72 hours in all places. Yeah, sort of an arbitrary number, but at the same time, it's like folks wanted to have some sort of certainty rather than just say as soon as possible, because then they could submit it when they think it's as possible, and then someone else could say, well, you could have submitted it sooner, given this, or whatever. It just thought 3 days is probably good. Okay, so we have a new rule here in Division 29. So this is not in Division 26, but this is a sort of link up between our compliance work and the notice of violation. And this sort of, you can view this as an in-between the two, and perhaps there's some overlap with the corrective action plan. But this formally creates a pre-enforcement notice process that basically allows the agency to say, before we, slap your hand or whatever, fix it, right? And it sort of provides a process for us doing that. And then through a sort of formal notice process. And we didn't come up with this. There was already a pre-enforcement notice process for nuclear related stuff. And it wasn't clear why we wouldn't just have that apply in all cases. So now we do. Any questions about this new rule here? Okay. Oh yeah, this is just what I alluded to at the beginning that we've added to. So there's now some new applicability language that are in 26 and 29 related to the new draft proposed language that makes it clear that everything that we're doing here applies to all such certificates, unless it doesn't. Any questions about this language? Okay. And just so we're clear, we did make quite a few changes in response to RAC feedback. We don't need to get into the weeds here, but I just listed some stuff there that were things that we made changes to. And I told the RAC members, if you weren't happy with what we ultimately ended up proposing today, that I would encourage them, and I still do, to participate in the public comment process, because all of those comments will be posted on the website and will be given to the council for review prior to final sort of presentation of the rules. So they'll have another opportunity to, and a public hearing if they want to speak in person, which will be scheduled pending approval from the council to initiate the public comment process. So the RAC was, I thought, great and very helpful. So here are the next steps. If the council authorizes staff to proceed, then I would prepare a notice of proposed rulemaking with the Secretary of State, and then we would issue notice through our Click Dimensions and to those who've requested physical copies, which would then start a public comment period. So, and then we would then schedule a hearing, probably, I think in August, I think at this point. That's that. Any questions before the council deliberates?
Sorry, Councillor Beyer, a question for Tom?
Sure, Condon, just a comment. I did sit in on, I think, all of the RAC meetings, and it was a really robust discussion. Not all the RAC members agreed with each other, which was interesting since they were generally industry representatives, but I think they did give suggestions that were helpful and not particularly critical, just clarification.
Tweaks, yeah.
Yeah, tweaks more than anything. And I think outlining the different phases, the pre-construction, the phases was consistent with what we're seeing in our conditions. So I think they felt a lot of it was helpful. I don't remember, rereading the comments, I don't remember any sort of, you can't do this kind of comments. They were more, I think, productive comments. So we'll see when it all gets fleshed out and an actual proposed language with all the corrections is out there. It should be a good, robust comment period.
Yep.
And the question, the RAC meetings are recorded?
Yes.
And so they're available
Yes.
to anyone that wants to
Correct.
to listen in after the fact.
Yep.
Certainly hear what's
We post them on the website as soon as we can.
Yeah. Thank you. So with that, any other comments or questions from Tom? Councillor Grail? Any comment or question of Tom?
No, I would just like to reiterate what you said to Vice Chair Byer about participating. So thank you, Anne. And Tom is always extremely thorough with your explanation of why you are presenting. Appreciate it.
Extremely. So, if is there any discussion before we maybe call for a motion? Is there anyone ready to make a motion on this agenda item? Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Chair Condon. I move that the council approve initiation of formal proceedings on the compliance rulemaking with the scope and objectives recommended in the staff report. Approve staff report to file a notice of proposed rulemaking with the draft rules that are included in, am I on the right one?
Yep.
Oh, okay. In attachment 1 to the staff report, and authorize staff to schedule a public hearing during the public comment period.
Secretary Cornett.
Just make sure clarification, just so council members kind of know. So you're not approving the rules right now. You're approving us to file these draft rules with the Secretary of State. So if, based on comments from the public, you can make changes to these rules. As Tom said at the beginning, you can not approve any of the rules later on, even after that entire process, but you still have opportunity to make changes based on comments that you receive. So I just want to make sure everybody was tracking that.
Yes, thank you. So we have a motion. Is there a second? Councillor Byer.
Second that motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No further discussion. Secretary Cornett.
Patty Perry,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Denise Calderon,
Yes.
Marcy Grail.
Marcy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries, Chair Condon.
Thank you all. Now moving on to our next item, which I think is the 2026 carbon dioxide emission offset rate rulemaking.
So file with the Secretary of State. That starts the comment period. How long is that generally? Do you remember?
What I used to do a little bit shorter, but then I actually got some pushback from some legislators, and this is also more significant rulemaking. So what I've been doing now is basically giving the public the same amount of time the legislators get. And so what is this? June, probably be the end of August.
The end of August for the end of the comment period?
Correct. Okay. And so then the hearing would be at the council meeting towards the end of August, but not quite at the end.
And so there's statutory requirements to notify the legislature. Is that correct?
Yes, we, for every rulemaking, I have to notify whichever committees, which is, I mean, it's always the same ones, you know, basically the energy committees, related ones in both the House and the Senate, to give them 45 days to comment on our rules, the proposed rules. Yep.
Do we ever get comments from the legislators?
We do not. The only comment I've ever gotten is, why is this comment period only 30 days? And I said, it's a pretty straightforward rulemaking, but I'm never doing 30 days again. So.
Okay, thank you very much for appearing again and the really great job comprehensively. No notes other than your slides. So thank you. So you're up again.
Yes. Here I am again. So again, Tom Jackman for the record, to discuss the carbon dioxide emissions offset rulemaking. And this is sort of unusual. It wasn't on the schedule. It probably should have been. So my bad on that one. But we sort of had a outstanding direction from the council last time to get on this one and not wait. If you'll recall, given our, and we'll get into this here in a second, but yeah, so let's do that. So we have a sort of a weird situation where you're not allowed to build any gas energy facilities at the moment, with some exceptions. And so for those exceptions, and also just because of the other statutory limitations, should those restrictions ever be removed, we are statutorily limited to increasing the carbon dioxide monetary offset by a certain amount. And I'm getting ahead of myself. What is the carbon dioxide monetary offset? So if you currently, again, if you were able to build a facility, there are efficiency requirements, and those are allowed in sort of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour production. And in order to sort of offset that output, if the output exceeds what's allowed, then there's various things you can do, but one of those is just hand the state money. And this is a very common thing, and I would say it's a very, very efficient way of doing business. It's sort of incumbent upon the facility operator to determine what the most cost-effective way to avoid the emissions output is. So they can either do it themselves, or they can give the state money, and then the state will use that money to presumably offset the emissions in some other fashion. It also puts a cost on the emissions, so it's not just free to just output whatever you want. Okay, next slide. So the current rule, and this was changed 2 years ago, actually in October of 2024, is that the monetary offset rate is $6.40 per ton of carbon dioxide emissions. And this rate was originally set by statute many years ago, but the council was directed by statute to update this as needed. And the direction in statute is that the council may increase or decrease the offset rate based on two things: the empirical evidence of the cost of offsets, and the council's finding that whatever you want to set it at would be, financially viable, which sort of seems like a strange thing to me, but that's not, I didn't write the statute. Yeah. So, and then as I alluded to earlier, it can only go up or down by 50% in a 2-year period. And therefore we can increase it by up to 50%, which would be $9.60 in October 2026, which would be 2 years from when we did it last. So I'm trying to get ahead of the ball game here with this rulemaking, because again, there's a 2-month comment period. So yeah, we didn't increase it for decades, and so even though we've started doing more regular increases recently because we were so low and we can only increase it by so much, we still have a bit of time to go before we'll be able to say that we're caught up to the market rate. Although, yeah, go ahead and go to the next slide. Yeah, so the reasons to increase, even though you're not allowed to build facilities, is to ensure that any future emissive energy facilities that might be allowed would be subject to a relevant monetary offset, not a minuscule one that has no relation to what's actually being output. And it is true that there are non-generating gas facilities that are still allowed. And so even just on the basis of those facilities, it's important that we keep the rate up to date. Staff is proposing that that the council approve the maximum rate increase of 50%, which would take us from $6.40 to exactly $9.60. And let's get into why. So it's supposed to be reflective of the market rate. The market rate is all over the place. Things haven't changed a whole lot in the last 2 years in terms of the voluntary carbon markets. You can see in some cases it's slightly lower than our existing rate, but also goes above what the staff's proposed rate is. There is a sort of regional greenhouse gas initiative that's located primarily in the Northeast, like 12 states. Their sort of going rate all of last year is well above our proposed $9.60 of between $25 and $50. California has a cap and trade program that's essentially the same as a carbon offset. And that was the most recent number I could find was from last year and was $27.94. And then our neighbor to the north, Washington, had a similar cap and trade. And over the last 3 years, theirs has gone between $50 and $70. So obviously well above what we're proposing here today. So I do believe that there is empirical evidence to support the proposed offset rate. Next slide. Then the questions about economic achievability. Obviously, the economic achievability is sort of supported by the fact that our number is still going to be way lower than most other numbers. So if you can achieve it in all those other regions, it's likely you could achieve it with our proposed rate. But we did do the calculations, and the proposed rate increase represents less than 1% of the retail value of the energy produced, which again would only apply to new facilities. So if there are existing facilities that made an agreement, they're sort of grandfathered in under the original rate, which is again another reason why we want to make sure that we raise it up. Okay. Given that the cap and trade price that we're proposing, based on the evidence, is 3 to 5 times higher than the proposed rate, again, we feel like that first prong of the required statutory 2-prong test is met. And then go to the next slide. What would it look like if the council were to approve? You can see right there, basically October, again, similar to the compliance rulemaking, which we is essentially at this point now on the same schedule, or would be, council approves. Any questions about the proposed rate increase? Any of the research I did? I'll leave it to you.
Cindy, Chair Condon. I was hoping, so we just bought, I'm the representative on the climate or the offset committee, and carbon credits were just purchased for the Oregon project. And I was hoping to have the actual number that was paid, but I'll just say maybe the next time we meet, I'll provide that to everybody. Some of the information is confidential and I wasn't allowed to present it at the time. So, but it is substantially higher. And so, yeah, this offset rate that we're setting today is certainly lower than what we are paying for our offsets. So
in Oregon.
In Oregon.
Yeah.
For our plan. I mean,
Yeah.
what people have paid us, the cost is significantly higher for the offsets. So. Councilor Perry?
I had a question back on slide 88, and where it states, due to statutory limitations, failure to correct the offset rate on a regular basis interval renders the council unable to timely true up the rate to an amount where it has the intended effect. And so I'm just being rather new to all of this. I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit about the intended effect.
Yeah, so the intended effect is that the emitter of these emissions doesn't get to socialize the cost, the impacts of what they're doing. So there's a real impact to emitting carbon dioxide, and especially in large quantities. And so we're saying you either can't do it, which is what, we pass restrictions, or if you are going to do it, if you're going to exceed these restrictions, then you have to pay an amount that reflects the damage you are inflicting on all of us, so that you, the one who benefits from these emissions, is the one who's actually paying the impacts. You're the one offsetting the burdens, not us.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking.
Sure.
I kind of understood the benefit, of doing that. But it just seems like, well, why is it 50% then? Why not more?
I think the idea is that had we been doing it regularly, just sort of like rent control or anything like that, like you wouldn't want, it sort of limits the ability of maybe like an out of control council from just going willy nilly with the fees. There would be some sort of limitation that would provide some sort of market predictability that like, oh, we're planning this, and that, they might raise the rates, but it couldn't go up by more than this amount. But yeah, I mean, in 2026, if you were going to take advantage of this, you wouldn't bother limiting your emissions. You would just pay the $960 because that's way cheaper than doing anything else. So that's why this, even at $960, it's likely not achieving the intended effect, which is forcing the emitter to say, this offset rate is high enough, maybe we should actually do something to limit the emissions ourselves, right? Whether like carbon capture, for example, which I don't know if that's ever going to be economically feasible, but you never know, right? Like there could be alternative, or maybe generate the energy in a way that wouldn't cause emissions, maybe do solar or whatever. But if you don't have to pay the price of your activity, then you're much more inclined to do it. But then again, in was it 2021, we banned any new fossil energy facilities. So this is less of an issue. I'm not sweating bullets about this. But we just want to make sure that we are the council's doing its sort of duty to ensure that this rate does reflect market. No one else is going to do it.
Well, and it is impactful to non-generating facilities. So if you've got a natural gas pipeline, there's a compressor station, then yeah, then that's going to apply. So there is value, direct value. The indirect value is, we know there's limited transmission with all these, energy, renewable energy projects that we've seen. They can't get, the power to, where the needs are, is because there's limited transmission. Is that going to continue to be an issue? Does all of a sudden, do we have brownouts? Are there going to be a change in policy that maybe we do need some natural gas, powered facilities, to create that baseload power? Probably not. It's probably not likely that that's going to be the case.
Who knows?
But in, the next 5 to 10 years, as energy demand increases and, energy production, or electrical energy production may have limitations based on transmission, there may be changes in that policy. So that's not going to be for us to determine. But if, the standard still applies and that all of a sudden changes, we just kind of want to be prepared for that.
And this is Cindy. I think when we started discussing raising that, we had significant discussion about, it wasn't raised for many years, and we just didn't want to be in that position anymore. But once we started, it was capped at this 50%. So even though we might not see many fossil fuel facilities, we'll raise the fees accordingly, as I would guess, as long as we can and the market suggests it. Yeah, we don't. I don't think we want to get behind the curve on it. So
anymore.
Yeah, we are already behind the curve, I guess. But yes, Councillor Calderon.
Thank you. I would like to know, if we know that information now, how many facilities this will impact.
So it only applies to new facilities. So at the moment, it would apply to 0 facilities. But if any new non-generating natural gas emitter was to come online, it would apply to that facility. And then if the law was to ever change, because it was determined that we cared more about increasing the base load to meet, to prevent brownouts, for example. We just want to make sure that we're in a position that we were diligent in the duties we were prescribed.
So we're not projecting any new baseload facilities to come online in the state, but we're increasing a fee just in case they do. Is that my understanding? Is that
Basically,
correct?
yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Byer.
When we did the amendment for the MIST facility, did we apply the higher rate?
Well, whatever the rate was at the time.
Yeah, so there is at least one facility. It's an existing facility that we amended to expand throughput, I think is the term. And the newer, slightly higher fee applied in that case, not a new facility, an existing amended facility. So there are a couple outliers, I guess I'd call them, that may be affected by this relatively small fee increase. I think I'd characterize it as relatively small, given what the market is.
Yeah, given where we're at now. Yeah, I mean, it's 50%, but it's 50% of a relatively small number.
And that's given that their output has increased. It's not.
Well, they changed, they're generating their
Right.
generators. And so they so their turbines, which basically run the compressors, at the MIST underground natural gas storage facility. So when they change those over as an amendment, the new non-generating rate applied.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Calderon.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question. What is the estimated, what do we call it, fee generation from a potential one facility implied or two or three that we expect to receive from this rate increase? If we've even thought about it.
Something's actually built.
Well,
So the-
assuming it's
so
built.
just because we were kind of quick on this. So the way that this works is there's a couple different ways that somebody can offset their carbon dioxide. The main way and the only way that any of them have ever done it is they pay money to the Climate Trust. The Climate Trust is a third party that purchases carbon offsets. And so it doesn't come to us. It goes directly to the Climate Trust. They have certain responsibilities under our rules and statutes as a qualified organization to purchase those offsets and make sure that they're, done correctly. So they are the ones who get the money. We create the conditions, we establish what the amount is, how the reporting works, but they actually pay to this third party. So there is certainly the money. We could, pull the information and give you the details on the money, but we, the state of Oregon, actually don't get anything.
Okay, so does the council have any jurisdiction over the trust benefactors? I don't know what else to call them.
Yeah, so the Climate Trust, one of the aspects of the Climate Trust is they have this offset committee that purchases those carbon offsets, and that's made up of, I forget how many people on the offset committee.
I should know that, but there were three of us
Yeah.
representing the council.
Like seven, say like
it's
seven
no more than
people.
7.
Yeah, but 3 of those are appointed by council. So the council appoints 3 of the people who make those decisions. And while there's not a legal requirement, the council has always appointed one of their own, and that's Chair Condon, is on the offset committee. So she's part of that decision making on, from the Climate Trust on, money that comes through these offset amounts that goes to the Climate Trust and what offsets they purchase.
Okay. Well, no further comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Byer.
I think we get annual or every 2-year reports from the Climate
Typically, it's an
Trust.
annual update.
So you can go back on our minutes and see the most recent update from the Climate Trust. So they come back to us every year and discuss their projects and.
I think the last time was in October.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I have asked them for just a report of our, our past and current to see what the offsets have been, just so we have an idea. We can sit down here confidently and say, no, 960 is not too much. Yeah.
We're not there yet. We keep at it. Eventually we'll get to a point where there'll be more room for debate.
Yeah. So hopefully I'll have that before the next meeting and distribute it. Thank you. So any further questions, discussion? Okay. Well, I think it's time for a motion. Councillor Beyer.
Chair Condon, I'm going to read this. I would make a motion. I move that the council approve initiation of formal proceedings on the 2026 carbon dioxide emissions offset rate rulemaking with the scope and objective recommended in the staff report. Also to approve staff to file a notice of proposed rulemaking with the draft rules that are included in attachment 1 to the staff report, and authorize staff to schedule a public hearing during the public comment period. And no changes recommended to the language provided by Tom.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
This is Marcy. I second that motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? With that, we'll call the roll for the vote.
Denise Calderon.
I think I'm going to recuse myself from this one. I might need more information.
Ann Beyer.
Yes.
Marcy Grail.
Yes.
Patty Perry.
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Chair Condon.
Thank you. And thank you all. Thank you, Tom, for your work today or in preparation for today and today. And now our next, Oh, and for those of you on the agenda, we did with a Boardman to Hemingway transmission line was on the agenda for at this point, but we had that earlier. So if you wanted to hear the discussion, this meeting is being recorded and you can hear the update on that compliance. So with that, we'll move on to our next item, which is item I, and it's the hearing officer reassignments for future contested case proceedings for the Muddy Creek Energy Park and the Heppner Wind Project. This is an action item, and Sarah Esterson, Senior Policy Advisor, is with us again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So just as a reminder, you have a regulatory obligation to appoint hearing officers for the contested case proceedings on applications for site certificates. And we've attempted to get way in front of that by coming to you once we get a project basically at the notice of intent phase to say, hey, do you think these people are qualified? And then Office of Administrative Hearings, who we have a contract with to provide administrative law judges, can secure those people, hold those positions, et cetera. So in March of 2026, we brought to you a big batch of hearing officers for appointment, which you approved those. And we're here today actually to request approval of reassignment of some hearing officers that you've already appointed. So apologies for the process. We got so in front of it that now we have to change it before it's happened, but hopefully that's not an ongoing thing. Okay, next slide, please. So we are requesting that council reassign 2 hearing officers. The first one is Administrative Law Judge Kate Triana. We'd like approval to reassign her to the Muddy Creek Energy Park application for site certificate, which as you may have noted, Todd indicated we received that preliminary application in May. It's probably at least 9 months before we would get to a contested case proceeding. Nonetheless, we would like the person in the place. Kate Triana would be replacing previously appointed Administrative Law Judge Dove Gutman. And so let me just give you ALJ Triana's qualifications. She has a BA in psychology and a JD from Willamette University. And she is an active member of the Oregon State Bar. And then the Next, so they're basically switching places. Then we'd like to request reappointment of ALJ Dev Gutman to be on Hepner Win project application for site certificate contested case proceeding. That one is much further behind Muddy Creek. So the request is due to workload and workload balance. So I'm sorry, I didn't go over Dev Goodman's qualifications. So this person has a JD from Willamette University and has extensive experience in administrative hearing cases. Okay, so we're on to our recommendation. We do recommend that you reassign these ALJs to the respective cases, and we'll hand it over to you for deliberation.
Thank you. Are we, is there any discussion? We talked about these at a previous meeting, and so the subject matter is known to us. Apologies. But to Councillor Calderon. And so if there's any other discussion, we'll move to that. And if not, we're going to take these as separate projects, so we'll take them individually. And so if someone wants to offer a motion on Muddy Creek Energy Park, we'll take that first. So, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Chair Condon. I move that council assign Administrative Judge Kate Triana from the Oregon Office of Administrative Hearings in place of Administrative Law Judge Doug Goodman as the hearings officer for the draft proposed order, public hearing and contested case proceedings for the Muddy Creek Energy Project as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
This
Councillor
is Marcy.
Byer.
Sorry.
Oh, Marcy? No. Councillor Grail.
This is Marcy. I second that motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? With that, we're ready for the vote.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Patty Perry,
Yes.
Denise Calderon,
Yes.
Ann Byer.
Yes.
Motion carries, Chair Condon.
Thank you. Moving on to the Hepner Wind Project. Do we have a motion? Councillor Grail, would you, oh, sorry. Would you like to offer the motion for your last, for your last roll?
I don't have it. I just lost the screen just from where I am, so I'd prefer not to try to find it at this time and delay everybody.
Councillor Byer is ready to speak for you.
Thank you.
Okay. I move that the council assign administrative law judge, oh, do we have this in the right order? Dove Gutman as the hearings officer for the draft proposed order, public hearing and contested case proceedings for the Hepner Wind Project, and remove him as hearing officer for the Muddy Creek Energy Project. Is that okay, Secretary?
We don't need to remove because we've already done that with
Okay.
the prior
Got
one,
it.
but
Okay.
yeah, minus the removal, it would just be replacing
Thank you.
Kate Triana
Yeah.
with Dove Gutman for the Hepner Wind Project.
Great, thank you.
Great. With that, do we have a second? Councillor Perry.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Secretary Cornett.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Patty Perry,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Denise Calderon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Chair Condon.
Thank you. That does it for the day. We made remarkable progress.
Caught up quite a bit.
Yeah, we made up a lot of time. So thank you all. Is there any further discussion? Secretary Cornett.
Things. So one, I wanted to give, a big shout out to Tom and BB. You probably didn't notice the equipment has been changed. So we have different equipment. They have both spent a lot of time researching and trying to figure out, better and smaller equipment. not as big of a deal in this room, but when we travel, it's a very big deal to have good, efficient, and then, transportable equipment. So they've been doing that and they've been spending a lot of time on that. So I just want to appreciate them for that. Also, again, pointing out that, BB has jumped in and taken on a lot of the role of Nancy in running the council meetings. So very much appreciated.
Very much. Thank you.
And then lastly, very sad, very, very, very sad to say, not goodbye, but, for Marcy to no longer be on the council. So again, you've been great. I can't say enough about you. You mean so much to me, and I just very much appreciate you.
Thank you. We know you're here in spirit. You'll be here
I
in
will
spirit.
be, and I will come by, and I appreciate everyone's patience. We all laughed when I switched jobs, and they've been kind enough to let me continue on. And there are days when I just think, wow, but I'll miss everyone regularly and certainly know how to reach you. So thank you so much.
Thank you again for 10 years of devoted work for this to the state of Oregon on behalf of the citizens of the state of Oregon. And I think I was informed. So at the next meeting, we'll be using Teams we'll be using a new platform. So we'll be ready for that.
Yeah, so good heads up for that. So, I mean, functionally, it's still a webinar. It's not that much different, but there will be some slight variations. So please let us know if you have any issues, if you'd like to, for those who won't be here in person, for those who will be in person, it won't matter. For those who may be wanting to join online, you may want to have a little bit of a early, connection to make sure it's all working.
Okay, and with that, it is now 2:14 and we'll adjourn our meeting. See you next month.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.